Hi there, everybody. Welcome to the World Championships in Monaco. I'm so excited to be here. This is my first match of doing commentary this week. This is not the main tournament. This is what they call the Open Tournament, the pre-tournament, and we are in the round of 32. We have an incredible field of players here, and I'm very thrilled that I'm going to get to do the commentary on two amazing players. First of all, Wilcox Snellings, who's he was number one as a Giant when he was very active. I think he's number 6 or 7 on the Giant list now, but his PRs are great. He did great here last year in Monte Carlo, and I think this is his only tournament. But Wilcox posts on my Facebook page a lot, and he's just he's brilliant. He's easily one of the top players that ever lived. So he doesn't need a big introduction. He's playing Kenji from Tokyo, my really good friend. I consider him to be the father of Japanese backgammon. If you look at the Japanese backgammon group now, obviously the main stars are Mochi, Michi, and Akiko, but Hideaki, Kazuki, Tobiko, I mean, it goes on and on. There's so many great players there, and it's all thanks to Kenji's promotion. And I think one of the things that made it so great is every time I go to Tokyo, we hang out at Kenji's bar, Never Land. And it's just like being at a Western bar in Colorado. We have a lot of fun, talk backgammon, play backgammon, and drink all night long. We had some of the most exciting chouettes I've ever played in that bar. We go to dinner, first of all, at Sato, which is, unquestionably, if you saw the movie Hero Loves Sushi, this is his son who was an apprentice for 60 years and took over the restaurant, the best sushi restaurant in the world. And then we go to the bar, we go to Never Land, and Kenji leads the way. Just a terrific mentor of all of us, but also a great player, and always has been. I don't think we would see Mochi and Michi, Akiko, and all those other great Japanese players without Kenji's support and influence and really making Japan a powerhouse, which it clearly is. We used to say Denmark and the United States were fighting it out, and then England and a couple of other countries would be bringing up the France also had great players, but Japan has just come to the forefront, mostly because of Kenji. But he's a great guy. I think he's a periodontist or a dentist. I'm not sure what. Wilcox was a trader down in Philadelphia at one point. Now he lives in Costa Rica. He has a beautiful Costa Rican wife and a family, and he's in sports betting. And he's not there because by accident. He's there because he's brilliant at setting the basketball lines and understanding sports betting, one of the best in the world with numbers. And he certainly is a genius. So it should be a great match. We do not have an XG feed for this match. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background. This is a single elimination tournament. This is the round of 32. They're playing 11-point matches. Dice on the checkers do not count. You can see Kenji's going to be at top playing the white checkers, and Wilcox on the bottom playing the black checkers. Tara Mendocino and Bill Riles are responsible for all the technology that is incredible here, part of the Galaxy team, that I'm proud to be a part of the Galaxy team as well. And I want to also let you know that every now and then I'm going to take a look at my computer sitting on the table here so I can see the chat. If you have some comments, questions, if you have trouble seeing the dice, let me know. I'll call out the numbers. But we'll do the best I can to try to please everybody, which is impossible, but we'll please as many people as we can. Okay, so let's get into what's happening now. We can clearly see that Kenji has the lead in this game. You make your 5-point, and you have an incredible advantage. And Wilcox has a very stiff position with those stacked checkers, but he just rolled a great roll to unstack and make his 3-point with the 5-3. The 6-5 can be played really two different ways, but this is clearly right, because the other way he would be leaving a direct shot in the outfield. I would hit here because that's his only game plan. You always think about your game plan. And hitting was all he had. He better stop him by hitting. This is very clear, and the 2 comes down. As a builder, I think you come out, you give him way too many shots. And he agrees with me. I must be prescient, huh? Okay, 5-1. Very quickly, you make the force part of your play first and then look around. Okay, what's he thinking about? He's thinking about the cube. If he doubles, the way I think about the cube is I ask myself, would he take or pass? I'm not sure, but it's a quick take, very quick take, but it's probably still a good double. Why is it a good double if you know your partner has a take? Your opponent has a take. There's only one good reason, and that's if you think you're going to lose your market too much. And O'Hagan's law, John O'Hagan came up with a formula of 25%, which applies to money games and pretty much for these kinds of games as well. Sorry about the background noise, but we're going to have to fight with that throughout the tournament. Now, my goal as a commentator, I'm not going to try and get into the deep complexities of match equities and take points because the really good players don't need my help there. In fact, there's many players watching who can do it much better than I can. My goal is to make the game more understandable for the intermediate, the average player, and even for beginners. So if you don't like my commentary and it's at too low a level for you, turn off the sound. Enjoy the show. I have no ego about it. My goal is to help promote the game and make the game more interesting and fun for everybody. And experts do not need my commentary. Although, once in a while, I'm going to have some really good expert help next to me, which is almost impossible to find right now because they're all playing. All the really great commentators that would be helping me. But throughout the rest of the tournament, you're going to see everybody who's good and who's knocked out who's also a good commentator. I have two criteria. They got to know the game. And they got to be a great commentator. Look at that play. He comes up, making it very, very easy to go behind. But what is his goal here? His goal is get off that gammon. You've already given up on this game if your name is Wilcox, and you only want to lose 2 points and not 4. So if you're really trying to win, you stay back on the 24 and try and get that shot. But the odds of getting the shot, hitting it, maintaining your board, and getting those last 2 checkers out is just too small. So at some point, just like in life, you cut your losses. You got to know when to fold them. And that's exactly what's happening here. This game is virtually not a lock, because that's what backgammon's all about. That last-minute double 6 roll or whatever. Oh, my God, he's slotting. He's hitting and slotting. There's one big advantage of that. You gain a lot more gammons, but you're risking the game. But I don't think it's that big a risk. I like this play. Going behind and making the 2-point, well, there's an argument for that. I really like this play. And, every single play you make in backgammon, you're weighing the risk and rewards. There was a pretty good risk there, but the reward was worth it in Kenji's opinion, and I would agree with that. In the old days, we'd argue about it. We'd play it out as a prop thousands of times, but now we just hit a button on Extreme Gammon, which is the best backgammon software, www.extremegammon.com, and we know instantly whether it was the right decision or not. But I don't think there's much question about that hit. Okay, again, this game is Wilcox has a slight chance that Kenji could roll double 3s, double 5s, and crash and get some bad numbers here, or 3-5 a couple of times. But it's not that likely. So I would be thinking about not leaving shots and trying to not get gammoned. Every checker back can cost you another 15 to 20% gammons, depending on the position. So here's one of those bad rolls that Wilcox was hoping for. It's not the end of the world, though. But actually, dancing was pretty good there. This is starting to get a little brittle. This prime has, he got the 5. That's the key. I'm sorry, the 6. Getting out with that 6 was the key. Okay. I'm not even sure I make the 2-point if I roll the 3 here. I guess you do, but depends on what comes with it. Ooh, this is not pretty. There is no way to cover and keep your prime. Oh, yeah, well, you kept the prime, but you didn't cover. Okay. Wow, that was quite a play. I'm not sure I wouldn't have switched points. There was a switch play from the 6 to the 2 that I think might get you more gammons, but here's what surprised me. He played it very quickly. Kenji is a great speed gammon player, and I've never seen him hesitate in a chouette to make the bold play. He's got so many years of experience. What bothers me about Kenji is I think he's about my age. I'm 78. He looks like he's 50, and he acts like he's 50. He's got a beautiful wife, and the two of them, and she's here with us tonight, and they travel all over the world together, and they're just a fun, wonderful couple. Okay, this is largely about winning gammons to make that point, and also winning games. Dice on the checkers are not good, but that was between the checkers. In the United States, they're playing a lot of tournaments that you can have the dice land on the checkers. By the way, another rule you're going to see throughout Monte Carlo is we're not playing legal moves. We're playing responsible moves. So if your opponent makes a mistake, you don't necessarily have to call it on them. If it works to your advantage, you keep your mouth shut and play. If not, you can say something. Unless they make what we call a totally impossible move, like hitting your own checker and putting it on the bar, something like that. So I like those rules very much, and I want to give a shout out to the WBIF, the World Backgammon Federation, and from the United States, Rich Munitz, who did a tremendous job unifying the rules of backgammon. We finally have one set of rules for the world. I don't like every rule. I don't agree with every rule, but I like that we have them, and I'd rather have a rule that I don't like completely than no rule or different rules everywhere you go. So hopefully, in time, all the tournament directors will come around and use those rules. Almost all of them do already. And that's what we're using here, by the way. That's what's being used here. There's a couple of tiny little things that are different. One thing that's very different that I love, and I'll get into it later when it matters, is how you keep score. You see the scoreboard, and that's going to be the major scorekeeper. But if you have a pad and paper, you can write down the away score. Mark Olson agrees with me that that's a good way to score backgammon. Most people who disagree with that, they think it might be confusing if the two players aren't using the same score, and I agree with that. They need to both be on the same page, or at least write both scores down. There's other tournament directors that believe that you're doing a computation, and that's why it's wrong. I don't believe it's a computation. That's the way backgammon works, the away score. All right, we got an exciting position here. If he rolled a 2, that would be very big on gammons. So now this game is pretty much a win of 2 points for Kenji, and a loss of 2 points for Wilcox. He was even thinking about maybe even running there. But there's no gammons. He can't win by running. He may as well stay and see what happens. There's a good axiom. When you can take him off, unless you have a very good reason not to. Now he's just going to give up. He's just saying, okay, I can't win this game. Even if I stay and get a shot and hit it, I probably won't win. But there's an outside chance if I stay, the guy might roll 2-1 like he just did, point on me, and I might get gammon some. So for a long time in this game, Wilcox was saying, okay, I took, it didn't work. That doesn't mean his take was wrong. That just means it didn't work out. If you only need to have around 25% of the time to take, which means 75% of the time you're going to be sorry you took, but it's still right, because statistically you're going to come out ahead. Now, the beautiful thing about match play is that different scores, those numbers change. Okay, I am watching the chat. If anybody has any comments, wants me to slow down, wants me to talk about anything else or shut my mouth, let me know. I'm always looking for constructive feedback. I'm just excited to be here. This is the most exciting tournament in the world. It's very, very well run. Not only is Mark Olson and the Galaxy staff great, but they bring in incredible people like me. Oh, I mean, like Tara and Bill and others to help. And Arda, who is one of the foremost tournament directors in the world, and his group from Turkey, they just do an incredible job. It's run like a well-run machine, and they've only had it now for about 2 years. I think this is their second year of owning the Monte Carlo tournament. Maybe it's the third. Okay. So here's what I do, and I tell all my students, and for those of you who don't know, I've been teaching for 25 years. I'm one of the co-founders with Perry Gartner of the Backgammon Learning Center, www.backgammonlearningscenter.com. All of our teachers, and our teachers include people like Mochi and David Wells, and Joe Russell is now joining our group. I'm very proud, another world champion joining our group. Frank Talbot, the list goes on of the great teachers that we have. We all teach the same thing in the same basic approach. At the beginning of every game, before that clock starts, what's the score? What's happening with my strategy? Because it could change my opening rolls. Now, when you're losing 2-0 in a match to 11, I can't imagine that you change very much. But if you were losing 4-0, I would make a big change. I would be playing gammon go and gammon save. So even at those scores, and I learned that many, many years ago from Joel Sylvester, and when Joe taught it to me, Snowy, which was the computer program back then, said Joe was wrong. And Extreme Gammon came out and rolled it out and proved that Joe was right. He was way ahead of his time. Joe, if you're listening, we all miss you. I know you're healthy and well and living somewhere in Missouri, and you're playing occasionally. And every time you play, you impress everybody. You're still one of the all-time greats, and I want to thank you for all the things that you've taught me over the years. Joe lived with me for a while, and I just learned a lot from him. One of my real mentors. Okay, back to this game. Again, we see Kenji with a good start, but Wilcox is winning the race. Double fives is very interesting roll because he can't hit him. And when you have a single checker back, you would like to hit. That's the best way to contain him. And he certainly would have liked to hit the blot on the bar point, but he missed it. So you make the best of it. You've got to make your bar and then figure out where's the 2. That's what he's doing. And where's the 2? Okay. That's the fewest number of shots. He's also unstacking his 6 point and putting a checker where it wants to be. I love Paul McGrill. I listen to the checkers and they tell me where they want to be. And it wants to be on the 4 point. It doesn't want to be anywhere else. It doesn't want to be on the 11 point. It doesn't want to stack up the 6 point even more. So the checker told him to go there. And Paul really heard it too. Okay, he's thinking about the cube, and I don't blame him. I would, if I was Wilcox, I'd be afraid to take this cube, and that's a real major reason for me to give it. But as soon as I think, wait a minute, if he's afraid to take it, maybe I'm too good to double. I think that's maybe what he's thinking, because I think this is a clear cube, in my opinion. The fact that you're winning 2-0, I don't think should stop Kenji. The other thing is, I think you need to be aggressive with Wilcox. You're dealing with one of the very best players in the world. I guess that doesn't intimidate Kenji as much as it would me. But that would make me want to double so fast if I'm playing Wilcox Snelling. But there's nothing wrong with taking this kind of time to think about it. I think this is a clear double. And I'm not sure Wilcox would take it. He's got one back. The only pointing numbers are 6 and 6-4. But there's a lot of other good numbers. Well, 6-1 makes the 5 point. He's still got chances to escape, but the 1 is going to be big. If that's 11 numbers right there, 11 out of 36, about 31% of the time that Kenji will roll a 1 and hit that checker, that loose checker, and have 2 checkers back, and that increases the gammon risk by quite a bit. Is he thinking he's too good? Is he thinking he's not good enough? Well, if I'm not sure if I'm too good or not good enough, I always double. Not a very scientific approach. All right, he did it. He agreed. Wilcox snapped it up. Now, do you think he made a quick decision? No, he had all that time while Kenji was thinking. 6-4 is one of the pointing numbers. For sure, you point. You got a 4 point board versus a 1 point board. He could have made his bar point, but that's what an amateur would do. This is a very good roll just to come in. I think you make the point and hope he doesn't roll a 4. At least you're doing something productive, and an inside point is very, very good. I'm getting, Tara, I'm getting some kind of a notice on the screen that I don't want to see about an Android device, so Tara Mendocino is going to take care of it. She takes care of everything. All right, whoa, what a roll. Come in, hit, make the 5 point. That is the dream. Oh, my God. That's what makes backgammon exciting. We just lost our feed. At least I lost mine, but I think I can see it from this big screen. I'm going to take a look at the big screen now and watch what's going on. Something screwed up my screen, but if Tara's watching, she'll take care of it. Okay, that double 1 was a monster change. I can't see the dice either from here, but bear with me. I'm sure you can see it at home. Do me a favor, call out the dice when you see them. Now who's too good to double? Talk about a turnaround. Double one was an equity swing of 2,000%. Do I feel sorry for Kenji? Hell yes, I do. I don't like it when that happens to me. That was a big, big roll. That could be, if Kenji loses this match, that's the roll that's gonna keep him awake at night. And you believe me, these kinds of things will keep you awake at night. Anybody ever see that Mel Brooks movie, The 12 Chairs? Yeah, I've been calling you. I got cut off something about an Android device, cut me off. If you saw the movie The 12 Chairs by Mel Brooks, Dom DeLuise gets to the top of the mountain. He's finally supposed to get saved, and whatever he needed wasn't there. He looks up at this guy and says, "God, why are you so strict?" I love that line. And you can certainly say, "Dice gods, why are you so strict? Why would you give him a double one?" But look at this. Doesn't roll a 4. Oh, he has to come in. He's on the bar now. See, I missed the action because my screen was out. They're playing on the beautiful Earth board, which you can get at Galaxy.com. It's made by FM boards. They're beautiful, beautiful boards. I want to tell you, Monte Carlo used to have junky boards, junky plastic boards, which I thought was a little embarrassing for a tournament of this kind of quality. But, it was very, very costly to bring in good boards. But through the cooperation between Galaxy and Fuat of FM boards, we have great boards at every single table. Beautiful wooden boards at every table. And those FM boards are gorgeous. And this Earth board is, I played on it. It's lovely. The surface is great. Everything about it. Okay. Looks like Kenji survived that double one, didn't he? Well, I was not looking. Look at this. Oh, my God. I thought he was dead after the double ones. It's Wilcox that's getting the... I did not see what happened. I'm sorry, my screen was out. But I'll get to look at it later. Oh, I've been corrected. It's not the Earth board. That's the Monte Carlo board. The Earth board is exactly the same, but it has more Earth colors. It's just a matter of the colors of the field. And the beautiful thing about these boards is you can change the field very, very easily, and you can get you could have one board with 12 different fields, and every day you can have a different field if you want. So you don't have to worry about them getting stained or wearing out. I got some friends that like to play in the chouette and are eating coffee and having ice cream floats over the board. These boards, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, this is a sure gammon unless you leave a shot and get hits. And as soon as you use the word sure in backgammon, you're going to get bit right in the butt. There is no sure thing. The old expression about the fat lady singing, well, they never sing in backgammon. Yeah, peel from the rear. What else can you do? Well, that's not so bad, by the way. That configuration is not that bad. But since you've got the gammon anyway, you're happy to clear the 6 point. Lots of times you want to hold the 6 point to make it harder for him to get out or to have him crack his board. But when you got the gammon anyway, clear. Oh, he's not clearing. I don't like that play. 6-5? I would not have made that play. And he did it quickly. Wow. Kenji. I could be wrong. I'd love to see that next G. One of my axioms about this is don't put yourself in positions that can leave double shots. 6-5 would have been disaster when he left 2 checkers on the 6 and 2 checkers on the 5. He didn't have to do that. He could have just cleared the 6 point and he had his gammon anyway. I think that was a very poor play. And again, I'm happy to be corrected because I was wrong a few years ago, something like that. So who's the expert in that stuff? Bob Wachtel, another one of our teachers from the Backgammon Learning Center. I'm not trying to do a plug, but Bob wrote years ago, I think it was 1997, In the Game Till the End, and before we had really good computers. And it turns out that he was right about almost everything, and he came up with a new book that corrected it some and improved on it. And it's still the definitive book, I think, on bearing off and holding these low games. Okay, so again, he's got 5 checkers off. He can still easily lose this game, but forget about easily. He can still lose this game. You'd leave a shot and get hit, but it's not going to be too easy now. We're starting to get into backgammon territory where Wilcox has to think about escaping a back checker. He's kind of sorry. So it's only with a 3. If he'd have rolled a higher number, I'm sure he would have gone. I would think he would go to get off the backgammon. Maybe it's too soon. Maybe it's one roll too soon. He knows better than me. Now he's clearly going to move one of those checkers because a 1 will give him a shot. So you have to, a lot of people miss that. It doesn't matter whether Kenji has an even or odd number of checkers on the 2. What happens if he rolls a 1? Anything but double 1, any 1 but double 1, he gets a shot. There it is. There it is. And there's still a chance to win this game. And certainly get off the gammon if he hits it because he's got a 6 prime. All right. That was big luck for Wilco. We call it luck. It was skill for him to stay there. It was skill for him to make a 6 prime. He took the cube. By the way, he could still win this game very easily because this is the kind of position where you might get another checker, and that's going to be Wilcox's goal here. How do I get another checker? You want your opponent to come in and then roll another 1, and then you want to hit it. So you don't want to close your board. You want, in this case, because if you close your board, you're a big underdog with 1 checker up, even though the 3 checkers are on the 2 point. I think Kenji's more like 85% or more if you just closed him out. So he needs to get that second checker. He's advancing the prime with that play, slotting the front of the prime. Cock dice, they go over. He's going to make the prime now. Now what happens if he rolls a 1? This could be a very, very sad turnaround for Kenji, just like that double. There it is. There it is. Now, if Wilcox doesn't roll a 1, he's going to hit loose. He might even hit loose with a 5 or a 6. Oh, he got it. You know who's a favorite now? I think if Wilcox closes the board and with the 2 checkers up and the 2 on the deuce, Wilcox would be a very big favorite. In fact, it would be a double and a pass for money, which means that Kenji would not even have 25%. And that's probably about what he needs to take this cube. So Wilcox needs to close the board, and he can double and win. I know as a reference position, if those 2 checkers that Kenji has left were on the ace point instead of the deuce point, it's very just borderline pass. I think it's like 20, just under your take point. So this is a very huge turnaround. He doesn't even need to get the 3rd checker to win this game. Is he going to double now? Yeah, he's sure to close the board. He'd love to see Kenji take. Technically, Kenji could eke out a take here, but I don't know. I wouldn't take it, but it might be a take because he might roll something goofy and not be able to clear the board. He might leave a shot. This is right on the edge, and that's a beautiful cube. That's the best time to give a cube. Some people ask me, when's the best time to give a cube? When it causes the most pain. Now, when does it cause the most pain? When it's the hardest decision to whether to take or pass. So if he had waited till he closed the board, it's an easy pass. We all know that as a reference position. So he did it before he closes the board, before he loses his market. Thank you, Mr. O'Hagan. Now, John O'Hagan's law says if you're going to lose your market 25% of the time, you probably have a double in a normal situation. But it's a redouble, so you need to lose your market a little bit more. I like this pass. I think it's pretty. The handwriting's on the wall there. And it's just too big a swing. Wow, that game had more swings than a schoolyard is what they say. The double 1, I thought, cost Kenji the game, and I was wrong. And then the hit at the end. If he doesn't hit that shot at the end, look, it was a 6-point swing. He would have won 4, almost certainly won a gammon. So Kenji would have won 4 instead of losing 2. A 6-point swing in an 11-point match, I don't have to tell you how big that is. So now, if I was keeping score on my score pad, I would say 9 away, 9 away. And that's what I tell my students. What you care about is how many points you need to make it. I think what they're doing now is they're taking a break. They're going to go to their phones and they're going to listen to my commentary because they're really bothered that they're missing my commentary. I think that's what's on their minds right now. I don't think they care that much about the match. It's me they're missing because I'm really good friends with both of them. I wasn't good friends with Wilcox because for so many years he was out of the game, but he's come back in the last few years, and we've started communicating and seeing each other, and I have enormous respect for him as a person and as a player. And of course, Kenji and I, forever we've been close friends since I've been in the game. I think that's nothing special. I think everybody loves Kenji. He's one of the most lovable people in the game by far. And always respected as a great player. Okay, I believe you get 2 5-minute breaks, but I'm not sure exactly what the rules are for this tournament. I'm not going to time them. All right, I'm going to look at the chat now, see if I missed anything. Justin Knoll, my good buddy, is on the chat. Justin, welcome. I'm sorry you're not here. You're in England. He and I played a lot in New York. I'm spending about a third of my time in New York. I've got a bunch of reasons to be there. And a bunch of students, and I'm lecturing in a bunch of clubs. We gave a lecture at a club the other night. I'm not allowed to talk about where and who, but this is the first time they've ever had a backgammon lecture. They had no backgammon program there, and we got to give my good buddy Jason Briggs credit for setting it up. He brought me and Steve Sachs there, and we gave a lecture. We had 35 people for the very first time at this club, and it's not that big a club. It's a private club. It's a golf club, primarily, and croquet, golf, and some other things, and 35 people, and most of them were very, very young. So I see Wilcox is relaxing, but ready to go, waiting for Kenji. This could have been a bathroom break or whatever, but I'll tell you what, if I was Kenji, in those 2 turnarounds, and I got him nailed, and I get a 6-point swing, it's a good time to call a timeout. Okay, I'm always ready for comments, ideas, and again, it's going to be much better than just listening to me in the future. I'm going to always have, whenever I can, somebody who knows how to play backgammon next to me. So we'll have a new angle on the game. I'm pretty good, but not like these guys. Gaz Owen says it's a small take. Thank you, Gaz. A small take, and I suspect that it was because when you close the board, you've lost your market, so it had to be right on the edge. And I don't blame him for passing. Just because the computer says it's a small take doesn't mean you should take it. There's an emotional aspect, and you don't want to go down 4-2 after you were looking at being up 6-2. I honestly know I would have taken it because I'm playing Wilcox. I'm going to gamble. That's how I win. That's the only chance I have to win against Wilcox and players like that. And by the way, I've been pretty good at it. I won't say who and I won't brag, but I've got a very good record in tournaments against top players because I play stupid and I get lucky. Their PR is 2 and 3, and there's no way I'm going to beat them if I just play my normal game without a lot of luck. So I'll gamble on the cube. That's what you do when you're... But Kenji doesn't think that way. He's not sitting here thinking Wilcox is much better than me. I've got to gamble. He's sitting there thinking, if I play well, I'm going to win. That's what a champion thinks like, and Kenji is certainly a champion in my book, and many people's books, and he's proven it over the years. What a great money player, too. I have to tell you, there's a lot of action in Japan, and he's not afraid of anybody. I've sat there and watched Kenji play a Kiko and Mochi and be permanent box against them. Especially when they were younger and getting started, they didn't have a lot of capital. So Kenji liked the action, and he would take the permanent box against both of them, and he could hold their own. I can't wait to see Mochi and Akiko. I just got here earlier today, and I haven't seen him, my dear friends from Japan yet.
For my mother.
There was an exciting match last night that I missed. Double match point. Victor Ashkenazi, the great Victor Ashkenazi, beat the great David Wells. And they were both playing somewhere around 3 PR or less, and then they ran out of time and played quick at the end. But it's supposed to be just an incredible match at DMP. Could have gone either way. All right, I think they're waiting for the nod, and they're ready to go. It's like a whole new match. 9 away, 9 away. I actually have to feel for Kenji. He got bit in that game quite a bit, but it happens. That's part of the game. That's one of the reasons that Wilcox takes, because if all else fails and you look like it's all over, there's always that last chance. Ace point games will always get a shot. The question is, will you hit it, and will there be enough? I still have to look at that play that Kenji made where he left 2 checkers on the 6 and 2 on the 5 to give him a bad 6-5. I can't wait to see if I'm right about that, because I teach don't do that. Maybe the alternative was too bad, because you always have to look and see what the alternative was, and sometimes a bad play is the best play because other plays are worse. I hope you remember what I'm talking about. In the bear off, you don't want to leave a double shot. That's one of the main ways you're going to get hurt, because a double shot gets hit twice as much, around 60% instead of 30%. Oh, a double 6 from the bar. This is too good to double. Yes, it is. You got very few ways to get hurt and many, many ways to hurt him. You keep going. Notice, all right, I was going to say, notice he doesn't touch that back checker on the 24. You're blitzing. All you care about is stopping your opponent from making an anchor. And he's going to hit those checkers with anything. I can't imagine what he wouldn't hit with double ones. Oh, because he came in with both, he felt he wasn't too good anymore. I would have continued. I would have kept playing. And he did that quickly. I don't understand. Maybe I'm way off, but I would have certainly thought about it at least. And I think I would have thought it was too good. Maybe. Somebody asked if Mochi is playing in this pre-tournament. I don't think I saw his name or Akiko's in this pre-tournament. But we certainly have seen a lot of other giants in this. Again, last night was Victor and David Wells. I know Joe Russell's playing right now. Michel Lamotte from Bruges is playing. There's a good blitzing position here. If he doesn't roll a 5, you can kiss this game goodbye, and look at that. He rolled a 5, but not a real good number with it. But that anchor, that's what we call an anchor when you're holding your opponent's 5 point. You're anchored in there like a ship is anchored against the heavy seas. It's going to be safe for a while. You've always got a place to come in. You're never going to get primed. You don't get gammon too much if things go bad. So that's why it wasn't even a double for Kenji. That was a great roll for Wilcox. Hit and point. The word and is one of the best words in backgammon. If you can do something with the word and, that you hit and point or you escape and hit, it's usually right. I'm making the bar point here, I think. Yeah, and he does. Duplicates the 1 coming in. It's good structure. 3 is forced. The 5 is forced. Now look who's on the... That 5 that Wilcox rolled kept him in the game, and now he's got a very commanding position. I don't think it's a double. I could be wrong here because I'm taking quickly, and that's I use Woolsey's law. I ask myself, if I were my opponent, would I take? I'm grabbing this cube. 3s are duplicated. 3s hit on the outfield, and 3s make the 3-point inside. That duplication is probably enough to make me take. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. That's why I'm sitting here. And he took. Okay. He agreed with me. Kenji agreed with me. And so did Wilcox. I thought it was double take. Now, how do you play the... Oh, you can hit 2. You come out, you leave lots of shots, and there's Kenji's got a pretty good board. Wilcox has got a problem if he hits here and gets hit back. But he does it. Now, he can move his checkers back. Until he hits the clock, it's not a play. He gets hit back with 5s, and double 4 is a big, good roll. And he has to come down with the last one. Wilcox better perform here. He better roll a 1 or a 5, particularly a 2 or a 5, particularly a 5. And he does it. Now, who's too good to double, or who's... Oh, he did it very quickly. Why are you playing so fast? You know how long he took on that 1 cube decision, and now he's just flipping it like crazy. Is there a chance this was too good? No, he's probably right. I don't know. You got 4s and 1s to... Well, 4s... You got 5s and 1s to hit, 4s to cover. You can also cover with multiple numbers like 7s and 7's a duplication of the outside hit. Why is he thinking about this? Looks like a huge pass to me. I was thinking maybe it was too good. I can't believe he's thinking about this. He's outboarded. There's position, race, and threats. Position is inferior. Race, I'm not smart enough to figure that out that quickly, but I think it's close. Threats are huge. The threat of making the 5-point or hitting another checker are very, very major for Kenji. I would pass this if I was Wilcox. He took it. I must be wrong. I promise you I wouldn't bet against Wilcox. He's going to hit outside. That's all he can do. Hit it. What else is there? Oh yeah, he can hit that checker, bring another checker down, and get more builders. Ooh, I don't know about that. I might have brought the 6 down. Might have hit the outside one. All right, this worked out very good for Kenji. That was a tough, that 6-1 play, I really don't know. Kenji's playing awfully fast on some very difficult plays. You going to hit another checker? It was that to bring another builder in, but he's not that worried about getting hit because Wilcox's board has been very strong. Wilcox is now starting to wonder why he didn't listen to me and pass this cube. I sure would have passed it. I wish I had an XG feed here to prove why I'm wrong. Because if Wilcox took it, it's probably right. This guy does not make too many mistakes. It's certainly on a 4 cube in a big match, he's not going to make a mistake. So I must be wrong here. I can't believe how fast Kenji's making some of these decisions. That's what I can't believe. But he stays at his own pace. Now, I know some players, and I won't name names, that play intentionally fast to try and get their opponents to play fast because they feel they have a real big advantage. Do you lift here? You don't really need the 5-point. I'm not sure I don't lift. I might lift there. I'm not that afraid of the board, but you don't really need the 5-point to win this game, and you could always hit later if you came in. It might have been right to lift there. Guys, I wish you were here working in the XG. You said it's a strong take, but most players would pass. I'm most players. I would have passed it. And again, the second that Will took it, I knew I must have been wrong. My mother used to tell me I only open my mouth to change feet. That's why I'm doing commentary, so people can laugh at me. But also it tells you why I'm sitting here doing commentary and they're playing. Those who can do and those who can't, teach. The other day, somebody told me the rest of that sentence. Those who can do and those who can't, teach Jim. Okay, that's off the board, cock dice. They reset the clock, which is very nice. He needs to get over a 4 to get out. But I wouldn't be too worried right now if I were Kenji. Of course, based on what's happened to him in the past. This is a 4 cube. This is really huge for the match. Uh-oh. It's getting down to, he better get a 5 or a 6. And he's favored to do it. The odds of getting a 5 or a 6 are 20 out of 36. Oh, wow. I got a feel for Kenji. What's happened to him in the last games, if he gets hit here, I'm going to cry. I'm actually going to cry. Not that I'm rooting against anybody or for anybody. I just hate to see that kind of a consistent swings and bad luck. Hey, he got out and he safetied. Whew, he hasn't won yet, though. Wilcox comes in. Oh, he desperately needed to come in with one checker there. Desperately to have a chance. Now the gammon's almost assured unless Wilcox rolls 2 large numbers. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4. All those leave shots. He's got to get a little number in there somewhere. Or double sixes. I neglected to mention. Which is even better because it gets more checkers off and he almost guarantees the gammon. Wow. A gammon on a 4 cube. 8 points. The match. And all because Wilcox didn't listen to me and drop that cube. All because he did the right thing. Now, is Wilcox going to cry tonight? He would cry more if he did the wrong thing, and it worked. than if you did the right thing and it doesn't work. Because we're big boys. We're wearing our big boy pants. That's backgammon. At the end of the day, you can't control the luck factor and how things go in that respect, but you can control your decisions. And if he made the right decision and God tells me that he did, it was a take, good for him. He's going to go down proud. Great match. Kenji, I'm actually happy to see Kenji win. Not that I would say the same for Wilcox, but I'm very happy because those turnarounds, he didn't let it faze him. He stayed tough. He played great. He played fast. He played bold. And my hat's off to both of them. I'll have to see the PRs, which is the performance rating. After you put it into Extreme Gammon, we'll know exactly how they played. But these are two great players. That was a very exciting match. And I'm excited because now I can have Wilcox help me do some commentary. He's one of the great commentators in the world. He knows the game so well, and his experience around the world is just amazing. We go back a long way when he was... in a former life, he was related to a Chicagoan named Gary Kay, and he used to come to Chicago to visit his father-in-law, Gary Kay, and I knew Gary and played with Gary back in the day, and met Wilcox way back then, but didn't get to know him that well. Back then, he was also considered to be the best player in the world, so he's coming back. No shame for Wilcox, and he's actually happy it happened in this tournament, not the big one that starts on Tuesday. So this tournament's going to finish up tomorrow, and then we're going to start the main event on Tuesday, and that's not to be missed. We're going to take a short break here. Tara, if you're listening, let's take a quick break. I'm going to get a drink of water and line up what we're going to do on our next match, what time. Stay tuned. It'll be on this channel. Like the channel, subscribe to the channel, and you'll get notifications whenever we're starting to stream. It's going to get busy, and it's going to be fun. Again, I want you to give me your comments. I'm constructive criticism or whatever. I want to know what we can do more of and do better to make it more enjoyable for all of you. And we'll do the best we can. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you very shortly. Stay tuned for the schedule.
Hi. Alan Shankowski from Toronto.
Yeah, sure. How are you?
Listen,
Nice to see you.
I gotta tell
Let's
you.
get away from
Yeah,
the...
sure. I gotta tell you. You're gonna... You are definitely my favorite. No pressure. Comedic aspect, professional aspect.
Over by the microphone and
say,
why did I move you?
It's such a pleasure.
Thank you. That's so nice.
And I was so happy that you were actually going to be here this year. So yeah,
Thank you.
It's great to meet you.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll spend some time together later.
yeah, sure.
Very nice. Very nice of you to say so.
Likewise.
Wilcox snapped up that cube, and I was sure of the pass. And he had been, he said it was good. I want you to now we are getting ready. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. It was like, yeah, congratulations. Nice win, nice win. Good play. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Oh, it was a take. I thought it was a pass. I told everybody it was a pass. He takes it. I was surprised. I thought it was a pass. But we were rooting for you. The way those other games got turned around on you, we felt terrible for you. And then when you left the four shot, we were praying. I say, oh, please don't hit it. We were all rooting for you. I don't know playing. Very good. Good luck at the rest. Really well.
Anyway, I was in there. Almost diamond. He hit me an ace.
Oh, yeah. And when you passed the cube after he hit the second checker, it's a tiny take, so I would have passed it. Yeah, it's close. Too close to count. The other one, oh yeah, when you came in with the 2-3, you might have still been too good. You did that, but you double fast. I don't know why, you're going so fast. I said you probably have another bat. That was a great match. Good luck. Good luck. So Bill, what's our schedule?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Okay, I didn't think. He's playing partners with Trent.
Well, hi there, everybody. Phil Simberg again from Monte Carlo, and we're doing something a little unusual at this point in the tournament. We're going to do a consolation match, mainly because the two competitors are really such exciting people to watch and play. They're very good players. By the way, I looked at my notes, and if you make any comments, I will check them from time to time. But thank you very much, Justin Knoll, who put in the last match that we had, Kenji and Wilcox. A pretty amazing result. Not surprising, but amazing. Wilcox played at .054, according to Justin. Kenji didn't play quite so well, but he won the match, and that's what counts. He had that big cube at the end. That ridiculous cube that Wilcox took that cost him the match, I would have dropped it in a second. It was really crazy, and it was a big take. So that's and I bet you Wilcox is not unhappy that he played that well and lost. He probably would rather not trade places. He'd probably not want to play at 8 and win the match. If I know Wilcox, he's such a perfectionist, but he did play in perfection. Our next match coming up, we'll announce in just a second. Again, it's Consolation. It's a 9-point match, but it's fairly late in the Consolation round, and there's still quite a bit of money involved in Consolation. I'm not going to talk about the money specifically, but there's still quite a bit of bucks involved in this, so it's still a very important match. Mark Olson is playing in this match. He's a grandmaster. Mark, as you know, is the head of Backgammon Galaxy. They've done some wonderful new things. They have a web-based program now that's just been increased and improved. Backgammon Galaxy is also the people who have hired me to do the commentary, so they must be smart. But they're running Monte Carlo. They bought out Monte Carlo from Ronnie Rubin and Patti, who passed away. We all miss Patti. Her memory will always be cherished at this tournament and elsewhere. Excuse me, I got a little choking up. Patti was a good friend of mine. But this is a second year, and he did a very, very smart thing. He brought on Arda, one of the great tournament directors of all time, to help run the tournament. He brought on Bill Riles, and Tara to do the streaming work. So we have to thank them for the setup. And if you go to my Facebook page, you'll see a picture of what all the equipment that's in the back. It would almost take a private jet to hold all the equipment that they brought with them to set it up properly. And then he's got a huge, wonderful professional team from Galaxy that we'll introduce from time to time later. I will be joined by guest commentators from time to time. Okay, enough about Mark Olson. Thomas Kazema played in the, I met him in Istanbul in the UBC. His son, who he says is about even, lost in the finals to Akiko in 2018 in Monte Carlo, and Thomas lost in the finals of Cyprus to Ronnie Rubin. So they're very famous for losing in the finals, but they're very, very, very fine players and real gentlemen. He's from Hamburg, Germany. Mark Olson, of course, is from Denmark. And here we go. Let's get into this match and look at what's going on here. They're playing to 9. So it's 9 away, 9 away. I love the new book that Mochi wrote with Mark Olson. Mochi's part of the book starts with the early game. Are you blitzing or are you priming? And I was just about to say that very, very clearly Mark Olson is playing a priming game and Thomas is playing a blitzing game because he had the 3-point made. And but that's changed quite a bit with that double one roll. Okay, so you got to like Thomas's position here because it's a pretty strong prime, but Mark's got a decent game too. You know, just I think John O'Hagan taught me the term spaghetti board, a Swiss cheese board. I'm sorry, I got spaghetti in my mind because I love pasta here. I'm a pastafarian. Okay, so there's that hole in the board, the open 4-point that Thomas has that Mark doesn't have. He's more solid, so that's really worth something. I have no clue how I would play this 4-1. Splitting has its dangers of getting blitzed, but staying back has the danger of being primed in. I think you have to split because almost certainly, almost certainly Thomas is going to make his 8-point, so you really don't want to be stuck on the ace point, but you don't want to be blitzed. So everything you do in backgammon's risk and reward. I think he made the right play. We'll see. I don't have an XG stream later on in the week. There are 2 streaming channels on my channel, the number 1 channel, where we'll have, generally speaking, the higher matches. We will have an XG feed, and elsewhere we can just use Justin Knoll. He's as fast and good as anybody. Okay, so you're black. Do you take this cube or not? If you're Mark Olson, do you take? Oh, he took. I wasn't sure. Wow. I would have been inclined to pass. But if he took and he's a grandmaster and I'm sitting here doing commentary, it probably was a take. I would have passed that cube. And the hit is a very, very big play. You win a lot of gammons. You don't want him to anchor. You don't want to get hit back, but you sure don't want him to anchor. That's a good roll for Mark coming in. It's going to be hard to hit and cover. He doesn't do either in the inner board. They're starting the Mochi Millions as a side event. It's more like a chouette type game or a game like with chips. It's very interesting concept. I almost wish I wasn't doing commentary and could play, but I'm enjoying doing this too. And I never lost money doing commentary. That's the ball game. That was a big, big, bad fan. Double 4s will save his life. We saw it in the last match. Oop, here's a 4. It almost looked like double 4s, a 4-5. If you have trouble reading the dice, let me know. Absolutely have to hit. Don't have that many plays anyway. Dice on checkers are not good in this tournament, and we're not playing legal moves. We're playing responsible moves. You can call it on your opponent if you want to, or you can let them make a mistake. I like that. I think that's the way backgammon should be. I can't think of any other sport or game where you're supposed to help your opponent do something where they screwed up. So the reason I was for legal moves before is when we were playing with two sets of dice and it was too hard to wait until they picked up the dice and then prove what was rolled. But now with one set of dice, I see no reason to playing legal moves. But that still is the standard for the WBIF, the World Backgammon Federation, International Backgammon Federation, and I hope that'll change. They're discussing it. Again, a big shout out and thanks to everybody on that committee for doing a lot of work to unify the rules. Even if you don't like them, we need unified rules. We're a legitimate game and sport. We shouldn't have different rules every time you walk into a tournament room. So now you start thinking about backgammons. I think you only think about not leaving shots. It was really tempting for me to come off the 5 point there and just say, let them come in. I got gammons anyway. Why should I fool around? Now you clearly take two checkers off the 4. You clearly take two checkers off the 4, and he clearly did. Okay. I got one right. You just don't want to make any, you just don't leave a shot and you win a gammon. That's it. Now he's happy he left it even, but he's got to, Mark would love to dance with one roll. Oh, he danced. Now, if he doesn't roll a 1 here, or doubles, oh, he rolled the 1. That's the kiss of death to Mark. Oh, now we're looking at possible backgammon territory. Backgammon is a triple game. If you get all your checkers off and your opponent still is on the bar or in your inner board, you win triple. And look at that. 2-1. Oh, my God. Oh, and a shot. First, it was a horrible thing to happen. Now he gets a shot. Oh. Uh-oh. Unless there's doubles, he's going to get backgammon. Watch this. He has to roll doubles here or he loses 6 points. Look at that. Oh, my God. What a game. Did I say it was a pass? Did you hear me say pass? Did anybody run that? Anybody who's on the stream can tell me? I'm sure I must be wrong because you had a grandmaster like Mark and he didn't take that long to take it. I would have passed it like a rock. And hindsight is always right, 100% of the time. Okay, it's 6-0. Before every game, start thinking about how your strategy changes. I learned this again. I mentioned this from Joe Sylvester. If I'm losing 6-0, I'm playing gammon go. And if I'm winning 6-0, I'm playing gammon save. What does that mean? If you're losing, you play more aggressively to try and win gammons. If you're winning, you basically just want to win or lose 1 point at a time and just let the clock run out, sort of thing like in football. Okay, you hate to have 3 checkers on your 24 point, but making that point was big. I would have thought about that a little bit, but I'm sure he made the right play there. Points is points. Jacobs always used to say that. A point's a point. And he says pips are pips. He's so right about both. I split both back checkers here. That's my play. Wow. They're playing on one of the beautiful FM boards, the Galaxy boards that you can buy on the Galaxy shop, which is an amazing shop with a lot of great products. They don't sell my baffle box, but they have a nice baffle box. You don't have to use mine. I wish you would use a baffle box, though. I love them. But that's another story. I digress. He needs to hit here. He needs the 5. He got it. Not only did he get a 5, he got an anchor. The 20 point. When you're holding your opponent's 5 point, it's called the golden point. It's worth gold. Okay. Amir Ashregi, my good buddy, tells me that it was a big pass, according to XG++. 0.39. Hi, Amir. Wish you were here. I've got a lot of people that I really love and miss from Iran that I don't see here right now. And by the way, I happen to be Jewish, and we're very good friends. that backgammon crosses all those situations where even countries that are at war with each other, we're friends. We love each other. We have things in common. We care about people, and we love this game. Okay. 6-3. So what do you think about when you make a checker play? You look at the different plays and try and come up with the best play? That's one approach, but the best approach is to think, what is my game plan? If you come up to the conclusion that you're getting killed in the race and your plan is to try and get a shot and hit it, that's why you leave that checker back there. Normally that would be silly. You know you're going to get hit, but you want to get hit here. It helps your timing. It helps you get a chance to hit him. So what Mark was thinking there is, how am I going to win this game? I'm going to win this game only if I can get a shot and hit it. If he was winning the race, he might well lift that blot and run. So that's one of the big differences between a really expert player and a beginner, and even some intermediates. I like this cube. It's aggressive, and it should be. Now, how many people winning 6-0 are giving cubes at all? I've seen there are two things you can be sure of. Most people when they're ahead are way too conservative, and most people when they're behind are way too liberal. It's just across the board, except for really top players. The word too, whether you're too liberal or too conservative, they're both bad. So you got to get rid of the two and do it what's just right. I love that cube, and I love that take. What I don't like about the Iranian players, and I'll say this publicly, they don't get to make it to that many tournaments and they still play great. It really makes me mad that they can be that good. They must play a lot internally or do something in the water there that makes them great backgammon players, because they sure got a lot of them. That's a very nice roll to get out. The race is always a factor in backgammon. If you can't count pips quickly, you're going to have a problem, even in positions like this where there's contact. You need to know, am I up, am I down in the race by a little or a lot? That's usually all you need to know. You don't need to have an exact count. And right now, white is winning. You just eyeball it. There are a lot of good tricks that'll help you count pips faster. And I've got actually a couple of videos on it. Art Benjamin has a couple of videos, and he took a couple of my ideas and he gave me credit for it. So he certainly didn't steal. Of course, half of my ideas, 90% of my ideas, I stole them from somebody. Okay, this is kind of a quiet game. This is what we call an anchor game, a high anchor game. And still, what is Mark's goal? He's got to get a shot and hit it. Well, what's Thomas's goal? Duh, don't leave a shot. Don't get hit. You're winning the race. You're behind in the race. You got to find another strategy to win. Usually it's either hitting or blocking, but there's a combination strategy we're looking at right now called an anchor game. That's what we call the fourth game plan. Most people who've been playing this game for many years always thought there were 3 game plans, but when you add the anchor game, you've added another dimension to the game and another way to play this game. Why should it be a 4th game plan? Because it plays differently than the other 3. It has different strategies. So we teach at the Backgammon Learning Center, there are 4 game plans. And I owe that theory mostly to Perry, who is a protege of Paul McGrill, who believed the same thing. I was referring to Perry Gartner, my dear friend and partner, and hope you're listening out there and hope you're doing well. We love you and Norma and wish you were here. He was a semifinalist in Monte-Carlo twice. Okay, if he doesn't leave a shot, and he doesn't now, he's a monster favorite. He's going to take a 8-0 lead. Open mouth, insert foot. Oh, here comes Mark. Now Mark's going to win this race because I already conceded it. That's backgammon for you. I had a score sheet and we were in a chouette, I'd have scored it by now. And then I could see Jason Briggs or Carter, or one of my buddies that I played backgammon with, throwing the pencil at me, yelling at me for, see, I was right to score it. He got the double six in return. Okay, now we can score it, that's for sure. Look at Thomas smiling and Mark smiling. They're good friends. Again, they were both in Istanbul. I had the pleasure of doing the commentary there, watching Thomas play. He did not make it to the final group, but he played very, very well. He proved that he deserved to be in the UBC in that tough competition. We all know who won that competition. Big surprise. A guy named Mochi won the competition and is going to be in the finals against Sander, who's going to defend his throne sometime. I believe it's in December in Copenhagen, I believe. But you'll certainly hear about it. This game is over. This match is not over, though. I think, who knows the match equity here? What are your odds of winning at 1 away, 9 away Crawford? It's got to be like 8%. I think it's in that range of 6 to 8%. Which means what I'm saying is that Mark's going to win this match about 6% of the time. Now, let me tell you something. If his odds were 1%, he would be playing just as hard as if his odds were 99%. That's the kind of pride these players have in their skills. They know these matches are being watched by everybody. They know it's going to be recorded and streamed, and it's going to go on their record. And win or lose, they want to play well. They care about they have an ego. They care about their ego. They care about their skill. If you play this game to win, you are going to be disappointed a great deal of the time. Mochi doesn't win. I think what's he win? 1 out of 6 tournaments he enters, something like that, and he's the best player in the world. You should be playing this. Your main competition is sort of like, I think it's like golf. Your major competition in golf, you're playing against yourself, really, to hit the best shot you can. That's what you're doing in backgammon. Make the best play you can every time. And now, because of the computer, because of Extreme Gammon, we know what that best play is pretty much all the time. Is Extreme Gammon perfect? No. But it's better than any human, and it is as close to perfect as we've ever gotten in most positions. In a few positions, even Xavier, the developer, admits it's not quite that perfect in backgames and snakes. How often do you see a snake? Snake is when you have an outside prime that you have to roll forward. You see very few of those. And back games, he's working on it. We'll see. Hopefully we'll see some progress on that in the future. All right. I kind of like to see Mark coming back here. He's got a strong game. Does it matter if he wins the gammon? That's the other thing you think about when it's Crawford. Does it really, really matter? The answer is not very much. All it does is remove the opportunity for your opponent to have a free drop. Now, in this case, it's actually he might have several free drops because he might have 3 or 4 opportunities to do a free drop. So maybe it's worth a little bit more. But normally, if it's only taking away the free drop, that means the gammon value is only about 0.024, about 2.5%. So you play this game not caring about winning a gammon. You only want to win. Do you hit here? You see, if I cared about gammons, I would hit there. Absolutely. If gammons mattered, I a 4-point board against none, I wouldn't want him to advance. But at this score, I think he made the right play. Why hit and go back and recycle? Well, it's interesting. The hit was something I would have thought about, too. Do you bring 2 down or do you race now? You race now. His thinking is before he has developed his board and getting hit doesn't hurt too much. And he doesn't want to get stuck back there by staying. So this is a very reasonable play. However, the downside is you're also giving him a 6-3. In addition to the pointing numbers, which are quickly, we can say there's 9 pointing numbers plus double 4. So there's 10 pointing numbers plus 6-3. That's 12 good numbers if you come around. So I like this play. I don't want to give him 12 good numbers. I can't think of that many good numbers here. Obviously 6-2, which never happens. Oh, what happened? 6-2. Oh my God. He left him a 6-2 and he rolled it. God, why are you so strict? And the dice gods are more strict than anybody else. Only backgammon has those kinds of swings and those. I mean, when you turn it to the turn the river in poker, it gets pretty exciting, but only because it's a big bet. You don't need any kind of a bet to make backgammon exciting. That's why we teach it to kids. That's why it's the best game to teach kids. I use backgammon analogies for just about everything I do. Even when I go to the bathroom, but I'll get into that later. By request. If enough people ask me, I'll tell you how it correlates to my going to the bathroom. Okay, you don't want to block your opponent's sixes because you're actually making it hard for you to come home. So a lot of people here, if you were losing the race, of course you would make the 11 point and block the sixes. But when you're winning, you don't want to make it hard for yourself to come in. So I like his play. I think I would have come out there with a 6. Why didn't he? I wouldn't mind getting hit there. I must be missing something. I thought the 6 out was right instead of going deep into the inner board like that. That's one I want to look at, because if Mark Olson did it, I'm sure I'm wrong, but I want to know why I'm wrong. Never, ever make a play because XG says it's right. Find out why.
I have no chance.
Or you haven't learned anything.
I have no chance.
I don't know why that was right not to come out with a 6. Well, we'll look at the XG later. Well, we know who's winning this race. So Mark is going to have to get very, very lucky and get a shot and hit it and still have a board, which doesn't look very likely. Or he's going to have to hope for doubles. He's got to get those double 6s or double 5s pretty soon. Now he can afford to run with 1 without much fear of getting hit because of that blot. I would still run with 1, even with a small roll like that. So he's thinking about it. I guess he's only wasting 4 pips this way, but I wouldn't have wasted those 4 pips. I'd come out. Okay. Guess he's right. And it didn't really matter with that roll. You're still going to run with 1. You only get a shot here with double 6 or double 5. So that's a real incentive to go and not waste pips and not get picked and pass with like a 1-4, 1-3. Not to mention double 1s. So he's thinking about going with both and just praying to win the race. What are the odds of getting a shot and hitting it from here? Look, you got to roll double 6 or double 5. That's 2 out of 36. It's about 5.5%. Then he's got to hit it, which is around 30%. This is how you figure it. So it's about 1.5% odds that he will get and hit a shot on the next roll. And then he doesn't win because the 6 points open. 30% of the time his opponent comes in immediately. And even if he doesn't come in immediately, maybe even on the second or third roll, he can come in and still win. So I think you run. Those are all the things that are going through Mark's head. I'm sure he's not thinking about what's for dinner. He's thinking about whether he should run or not, and that's how I would make my decision. It's very slim odds to win the race, but it's even slimmer to get a shot. And obviously I'm wrong because Mark made the other play, but maybe it's close. We'll see. I disagree with 2 of Mark's plays, and that's why I'm doing commentary, and he's a grandmaster and one of the best players in the world, and he writes incredible books, and his latest book with Mochi is a masterpiece. It really is worth buying, and you can get it at Backgammon Galaxy store. I bought it the day it became available, and not to take anything away from Mark. In fact, I'll give you something. I love Mochi's portion of the book, first portion of the book, Blitz versus Prime. And Mochi said he learned a lot from Mark's portion of the book on cube action. So if Mochi's saying he learned a lot from Mark, that's really a compliment. Mochi is one of our teachers for the Backgammon Learning Center. He's available to give lessons. We have 25 teachers. And here he is learning new stuff that just came out from Mark Olson. And Mark's a brilliant teacher as well and does teaching as well. All right, this is close. And this kind of justifies my argument that he should have run to begin with and not wasted any pips. But you can't go by hindsight in backgammon. You'll go nuts if you do that. You got to play the odds. Oh, that's the match. Match over.
Sorry.
Very nice. Well played by both, I'm sure.
Better luck for you.
Shake hands. Look how they're laughing. They're happy. They're having fun. This is not next week's tournament where it's the whole world championship involved. This is a pre-tournament warm-up, and that was Consolation. So, by the way, they'd be the same way in the finals. If they were in the finals of Monte Carlo of the world championship and it was for the world championship, they'd be just as smiley, happy, and shaking hands. That's the kind of sportsmanship we're seeing in backgammon. For as long as I've been in it, there's only been one or two jerks, and it was very, very rare. That's what I love about this game. Now, by the way, I'm a life master in bridge. I can't tell you how many jerks I know from bridge and chess and many other games. Backgammon is really full of wonderful, wonderful people, and it's just such a privilege to be part of this community. You're seeing on your board where you can buy the books and you can buy the boards, and I highly recommend them both. While we have a quick little break. Oh, Mark,
What's up, Phil?
how are you?
I'm good. Well,
I disagree terribly with two of your plays, and I'm sure I'm wrong. When you didn't run with the 5-4, I would have run.
that's a detail.
That's a detail. Yeah, because you think it was close.
Yeah, that's not too much equity difference. between
Okay.
those two.
What was the other play I didn't like?
But the thing is, the reason why I didn't run
Uh-huh.
was like he has two bad rolls, double 5 and double 6s, which are otherwise destroyers. And with the pick and passes, 1, 3, 1, 4, and even double 1, I could enter with a 3. So it kind of like decreases the downside, you know.
Okay, I said everything. I said everything you said except that you could enter with a 3. I missed that one detail.
So the 5 bad numbers that I have, where he picks and passes, like 1, 3, 1, 4, double 1, I get kind of a discount, you know, because I can enter with a 3 and have some contact value. So I figured it must be close either way.
Okay, so most common variation is that it doesn't matter.
Did it catch what I just said?
If he runs and he rolls the double 6, double 5, you're gonna lose anyway. So you may as well play where it helps you instead of hurts
That's
you.
right. It reverts that those jokers.
Yeah,
you know?
and the other rolls that are in between, you're probably going to lose the race anyway.
Yeah.
So I learned something. I learned a new way of
you
thinking
know,
about it.
it's like he has 2 bad rolls, 5 good rolls for him, but it's kind of like not so bad. Those 5 good rolls because
Now,
I can roll a 3.
While you're here,
Uh-huh.
I
What was your other one, by the way?
I don't remember. That's why I'm here. I'm 78 years old. Don't do this to me. I'm not like Matt Cohn-Geyer where I can recreate the entire match from memory. I'm sure you can too. You can probably recreate the entire match from memory. I was mentioning your book and how much I loved Mochi's part of the Blitz versus Prime, and then I got to your part, and I love the cube act. But what really hit me was when I reread it, and Mochi told me he learned a lot from your portion of the book. For Mochi
really?
to say that,
Wow.
that he learned from your approach to the cube action, which he said is revolutionary. It's new. It's a new way of thinking about it. I'm not going to tell you what that is. You got to buy the book.
Yeah. But I can give a little tease, you know.
All right.
It's I wouldn't say it's completely what do you say, like novel. It's just basically twisting the good old Pratt formula, you know. That's some of the things I learned when I started out playing.
Pratt is position, race, and threats.
Position, race, and threats, which says if you have 2 out of 3, you should double. If you have 3 out of 3, it's a double pass. 2 out of 3 is double take. And it kind of just takes that approach, but twists it to make it a more accurate formula, so to say. Because the Pratt is a little bit, it's a pretty decent model, but it falls short in many positions. But I think the
Well,
viewers should just buy the book
David
and,
Presser taught me some of the same thing. The idea, like you said, he had that idea. I think it was 4 years ago or so. He was the number one in the BMAB on the cube. And I said, "How did you do that?" He said, "I really worked hard on Pratt." But he attributed 1.5 points, depending on, instead of 1 whole point for being ahead of it. And that's basically what you're doing. You're refining it.
We're refining it, yes.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I'm taking threats out of the equation because threats, in my opinion, shouldn't be viewed on an equal basis with position and race, because threats is a mandatory condition. Like, without threats, you don't have a cube. You know, you need to have market losing threats. So that's kind of like you have to have threats.
Yeah.
And then we evaluate the position afterwards.
That's a good point, because if you have an edge in the race, the chances of it making a huge difference are not that big. But if you have a big threat, that can swing the cube by, you could lose your market by a ton.
It's basically fundamental game theory. You know, without market losers, you can't have a double. It's just, why would you? You know, you should try to creep closer to your opponent's take point if you don't have any market losers.
Yeah, it's a great book. I'm on my third reading of the book at this point. I really am. It's just doing a great job. And the tournament, what you're doing with this tournament, I just can't thank you enough for the entire world to take the World Championship where it belongs. It's a class act. It really is. Not that it wasn't before. I mean, Patti did a great job for years, but you've taken it. The boards, we have finally beautiful, gorgeous boards to play on. I used to bring my board to every time I came to Monte Carlo, and now I don't have to bother, because I know I've got great boards, great equipment, great streaming, and you brought in. It didn't cost you anything to bring in, Bill, and they come free, don't they?
Well, just their travel expense. You know?
I'm kidding. I took a picture and I put it on Facebook.
Yeah,
with
it's incredible.
Equipment. They need a private jet just to bring the equipment in. And then the rest of your staff. Do you know what the total number of people are that are working this tournament?
I believe we are up to 16 people, including the camera crew covering the event for YouTube. But I mean, I wouldn't take all the credit, because we've got Bill and Tara doing this amazing job with the stream. We've got Wilson as the art director, so it's not a coincidence the room looks like this. You come in here, you get this amazing feeling, while you get even the color palette is matching, so you get the sense of greatness. We've got Arda, the tournament director.
I'm not just saying this because I'm here. There is no tournament in the world with this excitement and beauty. There's nothing that comes close. I mean, Cyprus is great. I love Cyprus. I love the big tournament in Turkey that we were at recently. There's a lot of really class tournaments, but nothing has this feel to it. It's just great.
And the historical lineage, the 54th edition of the World Championship. It's incredible.
You know what I want to do? I want to find out how many world champions we have in the room.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I want to find out. I want to do a little study of the draw sheet.
One. Maybe.
By the way, I have to correct an error. On my last stream, they asked me if Mochi was playing. I said no. What I failed to mention was he was in the Consolation. So he was playing, and so was Michi. They were both in Consolation.
Mochi played against Kazuki in the first round. Steniek played against Michi in the first round. So we had some pretty good matchups there.
Now, a lot of people, including me, there's a part of me that says, other games and sports are seeded, where you make sure the best players meet in the finals. You go to Wimbledon, you're more likely to see Federer meet Nadal in the finals because it's seeded. Backgammon's not seeded. And I think that's good for two reasons. Number one, it's very hard to seed. We don't have the definitive ranking systems that they have in the other games. But number two, it's great for me. I love to see Mochi play Kazuki in the first round and you play Peter. It's wonderful for the rest of us. And if it was seeded, I might not enter. You'd end up making less money. You'd have fewer people. I'm talking about the individual better players who think they have a better advantage. You won't have a better advantage if the prize pool is much smaller.
No, of course not. So and it would be tougher for the average player, because he's going to be matched up with all the superstars in the early rounds
every time.
So
so anything we do to to make it a little more even playing field is going to have. You're going to get people like me entering because I think I have a chance against you. Because maybe somebody else will knock you out before I do, before I have to.
Yes.
And by the way, we just saw that recently. I won't name names, but in some very recent tournaments, we saw completely unknowns win when we had a field filled with giants. It's great. I mean, I've won tournaments. It's just, it could happen to anybody.
Yes, of course. And we've seen it also in the past World Champions. It's not always the best ones who wins, but if you look at the last 2 years, it was Sandro Lylov and Masayuki Mochizuki. That's the two last World Champions.
I disagree with you. Look at the whole list. There's very few anything but really great players.
You're right.
You look at that whole list. And in fact, another thing is telling. Look at who came in second. I mean, Bob Wachtel came in second. Joe Russell came in second. John O'Hagan came in second, and these people are playing under 3 PR and coming in second. I mean, so we're seeing real class here.
I also think because it's the World Championship, you have a big show out of all the superstars, right? They want to win the World Championship title. So we get a lot of them in here. So it seems pretty natural,
but
you know. That
except for maybe Cyprus, I don't know another tournament where it's more fun to bring your family. If you can afford it, because Monte Carlo is not cheap,
No,
but you have plenty of time. We have a beautiful hotel. I love breakfast. It's my favorite meal
it's the
here
best. The
because
breakfast
it's
here in
great. Not
Fairmont.
just because it's a great buffet. You see everybody. We're all there mixing
Yeah.
with each other, talking and what went on the previous night. I get to meet everybody's wife and children, and then we go by the pool, this gorgeous pool, and at night we take a dip in the ocean. It's just it's nothing like
It's
it.
magical, right?
It's magical.
Yeah, it's such a
absolute
unique
magic.
place, Monte Carlo.
Yes, nothing like it.
Yes,
Nothing like
I
it.
agree.
And by the way, I want to do a shout out to Carter. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Carter, who forced me to start traveling and coming to these tournaments. And Carter, I know you're fighting some illness right now. I wish you the best. I
Yeah.
love you. I miss you. So
We love
be
you,
well.
Carter. Get well soon, right?
Yeah, we miss him.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're going to take a break now. Oh, we're on break. There we go.
We're on break. Okay, good. Thanks,
Good
Phil.
job. I'm getting good comments about the comments. So people are liking
Oh
it.
yeah, that double he sent over, that was a big mistake. 300.
You went at the end.
No, he was leading 6-0.
Yeah.
That was a big mistake to
Yeah.
double, I think.
Yeah.
What about my take in the first game?
That was the one I disagreed with.
Ah,
That was the other one. I would have dropped that like a rock.
Uh-huh.
It's on the stream.
Uh-huh.
I said I would drop that like a rock, and I asked anybody to look. Oh, it was a big drop. I was right.
It
was a big drop.
was a big drop?
Somebody ran it. Keep going. You'll see. Somebody
This
ran
one,
it. There it
400
is.
pass? No.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Amir ran it.
Don't believe
That big a pass. And I would have passed it right away. And that was the first place I disagree with you, and I disagree with the non-run.
Is that really a 400?
Did you remember the position enough
Yes,
to put it in?
I remember.
See, I can't do that stuff.
He
I
had
couldn't do that when I was young, so I can't use age for an excuse.
I had a lot of blots, you know. He had a strong blitz, but he had two men on my ace point. I had the rack. I was on.
I
the
thought it was
bar.
too gammonish, and you got gammoned.
It was very gammonish, yes.
I thought it was too gammonish. That's
Yeah.
why I would have passed it. It's
Let's
probably the
see,
gammons that make it a pass.
I wasn't really sure whether it was a take or not, and he had it open. I think it was something like.
See, I can't do this. What you're doing right
Yeah, but now I don't remember the last couple of checkers. I don't remember the last couple of checkers. 0-0 to 9. Okay. Yeah, it was probably very big.
now. I'm sure Amir is right. You know,
Yeah.
he knows what he's doing.
Ugh. So I made a. Then I played terrible. That was the big blunder. Blunder potential I had. That was that one. So
Uh-huh.
I
That killed your PR.
yeah. So I deserved it. You can. Are we still on?
It says on break.
Is it?
We're on.
Cool.
We're not on break.
Okay.
All those things I was saying about you while we were at.
Okay. Okay. So Amir's rag.
I thought we were off. I thought we were off. The guy was.
I took a huge pass. So I it was my own fault. Getting killed losing a backgammon. Yeah. Okay. It's too gammonish.
Okay, but let me ask you a question. You didn't seem to take a lot of time on that decision.
I took some time.
You did? You took
Yeah.
enough?
I mean, I don't think it would have helped me take more time. I guess I took like 30 seconds or something. 20.
That to me is not a lot of time on a big.
But there's not too much calculation in this position. It's more like based on references, right?
I got you.
It was something like
That's
this.
what I have to learn how to clock usage is a big part of this game.
Uh-huh.
So I would have taken more time on that, just because I thought it was important,
Mm-hmm.
not because I thought it was easy. And
I mean, if I known, of course I would have.
Yeah.
Maybe it was something similar to this. I
Yeah.
have these two blots in the
that's it.
outfield.
That's it.
He's two.
And he hit you. He hit
I mean,
you and
the-
went for the blitz.
Yeah, the rack is very strong, and he had two men on my ace point. That's why I thought I could overcome his powerful blitz attack.
Is the
but
rack a new term?
It's coined by Bill Roberti.
Bill Roberti
Yeah.
that long ago?
No.
recently.
Recently, in
Yeah,
his, I
the
think
rack.
in the first book
That's
of
all
the
having
opening
the
play.
6, 5, and 4 points.
6, 5, and 4 because
Okay.
he tortures to play against. That's why he calls it the
Bill
rack.
Roberti's still coming up with new stuff all the time.
Yeah,
the
it's
man
amazing.
is a genius. You got to
Uh-huh.
give him that. World.
Yeah.
He was a world speed chess player too.
Uh-huh.
He was a really amazing guy.
I guess that this kills my PR. I felt like this was the only decision basically. I had one more that I wasn't sure of, and that was the 4-1 third roll position or something. Whether I should split.
Oh,
Or
yes,
the
we
fourth
talked. I
position.
talked about that.
Yeah.
I said you have to split there. He's going to make the 8 point for sure.
That's the thing.
You need to get moving, but you're risking getting attacked, and that's what happened.
That's what happened exactly.
But I thought the split was absolutely
you,
right.
You want to make the 8 point. You really want to make the 8 point.
Yeah.
But I was facing a priming threat, so I needed to split the back checkers. You know, when you're facing a priming threat, you need to split.
That's
that
the
was the
first part
dilemma.
of your new book that covers
That's true.
Blitz versus Prime.
So that's basically the superstitions. The
I
last
like the
two
play.
games,
I like
I
the
knew
play.
that he made a big blunder doubling when he was leading 6-0. That was just, you don't double this when you're leading 6-0. That was present.
But you
I
never,
almost
but
had a
you never
redouble.
had a recube.
I almost had it, but my inner board was a little just having the shot. You know, I had like 14 hitters or something.
Yeah.
But
It's almost an automatic recube.
it's almost a matter of
Almost,
exactly.
yeah.
But I figured if I hit it, it's probably going to be an efficient recube because I had an underdeveloped
You
front
couldn't
position.
lose your market.
I could, like, if I hit and he dances,
Yeah.
but I had a blot in my inner board, so I was like, okay, even if he comes in, he's still gonna have a take because he's still gonna be ahead in the race, and I have men behind. He has a little bit of a prime as well, so I figured I might as well hit it first,
Okay.
and then double in. After.
Now we see another reason that there's a difference between your game and mine. At that score, I'm feeling desperate, and I give the cube,
Yeah,
and you're using all this logic.
Yes,
I mean,
of course.
you're wasting a good argument with logic.
If I had a stronger inner board, of course I could redouble. Because then it would be a market loser. But I had a 2 point board and a blot, so even if I hit it, it's probably not going to be a market loser. So let's wait.
All right, for those of you listening, he's going through the entire match in his head, every position, every cube action, and every checker play, just about all the ones that matter from
But it was-
memory.
It was
Now,
a short one, right? I
That's
got
something.
destroyed in 3 games. It was a short match.
It was a short. I don't care. I saw Matt Congeyer put in a 9 point match from memory. You know, every
That's
move.
impressive.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
And he's done it a couple times.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the kind of the skills you have. But by the way, I saw a study of chess players. Chess players can recreate matches, thousands and thousands of matches. But if you put random pieces on the board, they're no better than anybody else.
That's right. That's right.
So it's all about the flow of the game
about the patterns.
and the patterns that they
Yes,
see. It's
yes.
not that they have superhuman memories, and neither do you probably.
Exactly.
You-
That's why I couldn't remember where the last couple of checkers were. I remembered the pattern. He's on my 2 checkers on my ace point. I've got the rack. I won on the bar, one on the 24 point. He's got a 4 point board.
Okay.
But I don't remember exactly where was the last remaining ones, right?
Because they probably didn't matter that much.
They probably not.
Yeah, it probably didn't affect.
Well, it matters how many men in the zone he has when he's blitz attacking.
Yeah. Oh, Mochi was giving a lecture in Novi about the book. In fact, I sent you a picture of it while we were doing it. You said, "Where were you?" You forgot where we were. And he's talking about men in the zone. I told him my trick. I never count the men in the zone. I count the men that aren't in the zone.
That's
It's
better.
much faster and easier. If there's 4 checkers on the other side of the board, I know I got 11 in the zone.
You're right.
You know, so why sit there and count 11 checkers? So, and he said he said, "Oh, then he never thought of that." So that may be the third thing I've ever told Mochi that he hadn't thought of before.
Yes,
So I
good.
got 3. I'm up to 3.
That's a good one. I'll use it as well. Anything that minimizes our calculations is a good thing.
Yeah.
You know? Same with pip counting.
My favorite Mochi story. He and I are in the semifinals of a big match, and he gives me a cube, and I don't know whether to take or pass. So I said, "Okay, I'm going to flip a coin, and if it's heads, I'm taking." And I flip it in the air. He grabs it out of the air and says, "I'd rather you decide." I love that. How fast he was thinking. You know. By the way, I was taking no matter what. I was having fun with it, but he figured I was more likely to make a mistake than 50-50. But that's how fast his mind is, and yours too. I love it. That's what I was saying earlier about being in the backgammon community. I'm a life master at bridge. I play poker. I play a lot of different games. There's nothing that has the kind of characters and people we have in backgammon. I mean, there are crossovers. We have great poker players here too, Gus and David Wells, and a lot of great poker players, but still the backgammon people are the most interesting people and most fun, and you have to be able to live with that damn cube and those darn dice.
Yeah.
If you can't handle that, you can't play backgammon. You have to be resilient. You have to be smart.
Resilient,
You have to be resilient.
I agree.
Nothing is much fun as this. Well, thank you. I think we covered it well.
We covered it.
We'll keep going. We'll keep streaming. I'm having a ball. I'd almost rather be talking than playing. In fact, I would be. I'm having more fun. I think.
You are?
I've never lost money doing commentary.
Not even side bets.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. By the way, my favorite story about that, we had the Simborg Mochi Challenge a few years back in Las Vegas, where Mochi spotted me the cube. Falafel was doing the commentary. Falafel I love him dearly, but I think he lost $6,000 to Steve Sachs and Joe Russell on side bets, betting against me. I played super. I played 4.1 PR. Mochi played 1.7. But Falafel also, because there was such a difference in skill between me and Mochi, he thought everything I was doing is wrong. So he was paid to do the commentary, and he lost money. So he lost money doing commentary. So it is possible.
Yes, of course it's possible.
But Falafel, one of the things I love about him, when he made a bet, he didn't say, "I'll bet you." He said, "I'll give you 3-1."
Yeah, he always gave odds. I mean, he was actually fantastic at the prop bets.
Oh.
I remember the first time I made the mistake of betting against Falafel. I was playing a doubles match at Nordic Open. It was back when you had the Denmark versus the world. You remember that event?
Sure.
The world team was always like super strong and all. And I was playing with Thomas Christensen, and we were playing against Falafel, and I'm not sure who he was playing against. It might have been David Wells. Doesn't matter. So we play a 7-point
It might
match.
have been MCG.
No, it wasn't MCG.
It wasn't. Okay.
It wasn't MCG.
Okay.
And we made side bets on positions. Me and Thomas against Falafel. Like, just he was taking action. We were allowed to talk, and like, okay, we take it. And we shared the bets, and we were 0-6. Me and Thomas, 2 versus 1 on the positions.
Wow.
He just destroyed us. 0-6. So Falafel, he was good, man.
Yeah, he was
the best.
He was the best.
Yeah.
But the other thing is he was so fast.
Yeah,
he
just saw it.
He would offer the bet within 1 second of the play. I mean, it would take me at least 4 days.
Yeah. And he would lay the odds. Like, that was the best one. Okay, I'll give you 2-1.
The other guy I think is almost as good as Joe Russell. He is very sharp on those kinds of prop bets, and Jim Pascoe is amazing. So, but these are the guys I know from the states that I play with all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a lot more in Denmark and Japan that I don't know that well.
Yeah, it seems to be the same characters we're always talking about. Right?
Yeah, well,
Like
Morten Holmes. He's no. You know who might be the best with numbers? We all know Art Benjamin's a genius with numbers, but you know who else might also be the best as Hero? Kiko's husband. When I play Kiko Pineapple Bluff Gammon with 3 dice, and you have to figure out complicated odds, and we're sitting there, even Joe Russell sitting there, we're taking all this time. How often can you roll an 8 or a 10 with 3 dice? I mean, how long would it take you to figure that out? Including doubles.
Oof. Yeah, you would have to run the computations on
you
it.
had to run the combination.
Yeah,
Hero did it in like 3 seconds.
Okay.
I mean, that's
So he had
that's a different kind of a mind. So we have those kinds of mind in the back.
But we have Morty here doing the bookmaking, right?
I know.
Did you tell that to the viewers? That,
No, I haven't.
I think the viewers can even place bets if they.
Viewers can place.
They
how,
can
how do
place
they
bets.
do
They
that?
just go to Morty's website.
We'll have to find out what that website.
Yes.
I'll publicize.
Yeah.
So you can bet on the World Championship.
Yes.
What is Mochi 50 to 1?
I'm not sure. You should get the list of the.
I'd
odds.
love to see that.
Yeah.
I know Morty got killed last year.
Oh, did he?
Oh, he got murdered.
Okay, I didn't
Way
know
too
that.
many people bet on Sander.
Oh.
He got murdered on Sander.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Mochi last year was 28 to 1 or something.
28?
Like this, something like that.
Do we have the same number of entrants though? That's the other.
We don't
part.
know that yet.
Yeah, we don't know how
won't
many-
know until Monday at midnight.
How can you
basically.
set odds without knowing how many players there are?
I don't think the odds are really out yet.
Okay.
I think the odds will be set around midnight.
You know
or,
what? I'm
Monday.
going to get Morton to come
You
here.
should. You
Why
should
don't we get it from the horse's mouth?
You should get Morton.
I'll get
to
Morton
come
over here on the
Yeah.
on the microphone.
Yes.
I'll do
Okay.
it with
So Justin Noel says, post the PRs here. 3 games, short match. I played a 5.1, and
Gourmet.dk
uh-huh.
is Morton Holmes' website.
Okay, Morty's website is clubgourmet.dk, but we should put it somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to post that.
We'll put it in the chat. People can check it out. Club Gourmet.
Yeah, look at your chat. We're putting in Morton's
And thank you,
website.
Justin. Justin Noel just posted the PRs here. 5.1 for me, and I guess that huge blunder. Probably the only thing I did
By the
wrong
way,
then.
you can go to XG,
Thomas,
you can right-click
9.9.
and say remove analysis and see how you played without that blunder. I'm willing to bet you're maybe under 3 PR possibly without
I think
that
it's
blunder.
but definitely.
Yeah,
because
under
this was
3
3
PR.
games.
Yeah.
And if it's a 400 blunder,
See, if we could go through my matches and erase my 9 blunders,
But
I would
that's-
be a very low PR.
That's not really the way it works, right? You can't do that. Of course
Well,
it
I'm
counts.
working on it. I'm working on a program that'll wipe out the PR, wipe out the blunders. So we'll see.
Mochi is asking here. He's requesting, why don't you put Kazuki's match on stream? Well,
I wasn't ready on time.
Okay. I don't
Plus the
think
fact that Kazuki was not playing a really top player. We
Okay.
were about to. I wanted to stream Kazuki because I love the guy and he's great.
Uh-huh.
And he beat. Who did he beat? He beat Mochi. He's a fantastic player and
beat Mochi
he's a
in the
good friend of mine. We go swimming. One of the things we do in Monte Carlo late at night, Kazuki, David Wells, and I, and Mochi came with us a couple times last year. We go swimming in the Med. It's wonderful. Then we go to bed. We sleep like a baby.
Nice.
It's great. And you've got time because the matches don't start in the morning right away.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to sleep late, this is there's no tournament like this. It's really the best.
Yeah, it's nice.
But again, we didn't stream Kazuki because he didn't. I don't want to say who, but he didn't seem to have a real strong opponent, and they weren't ready to go. We want to keep things moving.
And I'm not sure if they can move players during a match.
No,
right?
we don't want to move. We don't move them during a match.
No.
It's not worth it.
Okay.
But it'll certainly be a lot more organized and ready when we're into the next week in the finals.
Yes, this is just like getting started.
And the main thing. This is the warm up. It's fun.
Yeah.
And the Mochi Millions is starting now. That's a really unique,
yes,
interesting
it's starting now.
side of it. You got to get going. You're available.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play.
You're eligible.
Yeah.
You got nothing to do. What are you doing? You're just running a little tournament here.
Yeah.
How can you be busy?
I hope I can play the main actually, but I'm undecided. Depends. But,
Well, one of the highlights of being here last year is I had the honor of filming a wrestling event between Nick and Mark. I was the one that filmed that.
you were the one who got
Yeah,
on camera?
anyway, I posted it. It was really great. What was it?
It was a prop bet
was a-
basically.
That he could flip you?
No,
Or you
that
could-
that I couldn't get out of his fully mounted position.
Yeah, and
So-
Nick weighs maybe twice as much.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
CrossFitter, Yeah.
But I
big
know you were a
tall.
professional soccer player. Were you ever a wrestler?
No, but I train submission grappling, jiu-jitsu.
Oh,
No,
okay.
So and
You trained in what?
jiu-jitsu is
Oh,
submission.
I know. I know jujitsu.
Oh, you do?
And karate and a bunch of other Japanese words.
Okay.
I know them all.
Good. Yeah. Yes. That was a prop bet, you know.
And we have Ralph Bird with us.
Oh yeah, he's a black belt.
Kyoshigan.
That's the hardcore karate style.
That's the killer. He really hurt people.
Yeah. That's right.
I can tell you
Yeah,
some Ralph
he's a-
Bird stories about that
He's a
too.
lifelong black belt.
Yes,
He's a tough guy.
I've seen all the pictures of him. And you know
Uh-huh.
who his teacher was?
Well, I've seen these photos. I don't know.
You don't
the
know who he
name of
was?
these,
The
no.
Karate Kid, the real Karate Kid, started that type of black belt martial arts.
Okay.
And that's who his coach was. He had the real Karate Kid. I didn't know there was such a person. I thought it was all fictional.
Well, the Karate Kid was the American guy who was trained by the Japanese guy.
Yeah, and
So
he
was
went
it
to
the
Japan.
Japanese or the American version? When you say Karate
You have to
Kid?
ask Ralph.
Okay.
But it is the real Karate Kid was his coach.
Yeah. Okay.
And started
Cool.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Kyoshigan.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm saying it right, but
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Well,
You don't want to mess with the Kyoshigan.
no.
You don't want to mess with Ralph Bird.
I
He
don't
still
think
looks
so.
tough.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, we're going to take a break now. I need to rest my voice. This has
Yes.
been really fun.
Awesome.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
stopping
Phil.
by.
Thank you so
Always
much.
a pleasure.
Yes,
And thank
see
you
you
for
around.
having me here. It's just I'm
Oh,
so
it's our
honored to be
pleasure,
part of
man.
this team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sad I couldn't play a little bit better. I think I mean, except for that one, it's probably no bad deal. I still had a better PR though.
You don't-
despite that.
I don't have to tell you, you could have made the right play and gotten beat worse. It happens.
I don't remember getting beaten that bad. 9-0 in 3 games.
You don't remember because
I like this check base.
They slide nicely, huh? So I can still not find it, honestly. Where is it? If I, do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay, anyway, then we have no time.
So we are ready.
Let's have a good match.
Too much, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, look what you got here. You got Wilcox Snelling, Michi, Mochi, Kazuki, and a whole bunch of other great players, many other world champions. Joe Russell, Mark Olson, Sander Lylov. I mean, the list of the players here is just will blow your mind. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much for letting me know. What I was saying earlier is I did not like that cube. I thought Michi had an easy take, and I wasn't sure it was a double. So if somebody saw that and has an opinion, I would love to
Thank you.
love to know what they think. It certainly is looking pretty good right now. A 5 prime is almost as good as a 6 prime. When you have 5 in a row, it's pretty much hard to defeat that. Now here's a very interesting play. He's going for the trot. Even though Michi has a good board, he thinks he can win a lot more gammons by stopping him from anchoring. Well, that part didn't work, but the good news is you've got a back game with bad timing. That's about the worst game you could have. A back game with not good timing. I'm slotting. I'm leaving it there. If it comes out with a 6 and wants to hit me, that's fine with me. I'm leaving that point. I'd like to make it. If he doesn't roll a 6, I'd like to get hit if he does. I would have slotted. I guess he feels there's enough timing anyway, or enough shortage of timing anyway. I would have been hit. And I would still like my position. But certainly if you know he's going to roll this, his play was better than mine. I don't see an alternative. A cute play, Jim Pasco play would be 6 to 3 to 1. Go for the throat. This is clear. You'd much rather be at the edge of the prime than behind it, not at the edge. And this play, you just spread them out. I mean, that 3 and the other one 2. Spread them out so you have the most hits and covers and flexibility. All right, 3-1, you slot. Now the 1 is a real question. I come up. I think the checker on the 2-point is more of a liability than it is an asset. But nobody's going to know this play better than Michi. And he obviously knows it better than me. Plays itself. Forced by logic is what I call this kind of a play. I would have come up with that ace, and he may be regretting it because the first time he rolled a 6, he'd like to get out of there. His play is more of a play to win the game. My play is more of a play to not get gammon. So maybe that's why he wins more than I do. Do you hit? I think you have to. If you don't hit, sure, you have to hit. It's an automatic hit. Ooh, 2 is nice, but he has no timing for this game. It might even have been right to come in on the 3. Really, but again, Michi did it so fast. He's got it when Michi or Mochi or somebody like that makes a play real quick that I disagree with, then I know I'm way off. I would have been tempted to come in on the 3-point with the 3-2. Ah, he still thought he had a chance to win, and look at this. Look at this. Well, I'm coming in. I don't see an alternative. That's it. What else can you do? I guess what else can you do? And there it is. This might be right, but I wouldn't do it. I like this. Unlimited covers. Unlimited. Impossible not to cover. Nobody's going to roll a double 5s or 1s. All right, this game is a question of whether it's a gammon or not for the most part. I told you it was a great cube, didn't I? I come off the 6-point. Oh, it isn't that bad to come off the 5-point, get a checker off. Gammons aren't assured at all. This might be right. It's double 6, double 5, and 6-5 would leave a shot if you take off the 5. The other way, all your high numbers in 3s, 6-3. No, that's it, about 6-3. Yeah, I think you got to take it off the 6. I think you have to do this. Too many shots the other way. But it's always tempting to get another checker off. when in doubt, peel, but that time I would have done his play. I finally agreed with a great player. Even a blind acorn finds a hog sometime. All right, you just run. You don't waste pips when you're trying to get off a gammon. See, just run. No other checker that makes any sense to play with. Forced by logic. Oh, I was going to just say, Michi needs some big rolls. Double ones is not what he wanted. The odds of getting and hitting a shot now go way down. He's just thinking about how do I race and not waste pips. So he didn't waste a single pip there, so there was no reason to run from the back and give your opponent some crazy numbers like double ones. It's got to be both off the top. Sure, too many numbers would leave a shot otherwise. He's certainly going to run with one. He's not going to waste a pip here. There you go. And there's no one. This game is over. The question is gammon. And it's going to be close. It's probably a gammon unless Michi can perform. What a great double. I really love that double. Of course, I'm kidding. I would have missed it. Maybe it had something to do with the score. That's different from money. I'm so used to playing for money. For those of you who aren't real seasoned players, a money game is what we also call an unlimited game. You play one game and it's over, then you go on to the next game. Matches are much more complicated because every time you score, it affects the next game because you're playing up to a certain number of points. So most of us learn what's the right thing to do for money, and then we learned how to adjust it based on different scores where gammons are worth more or less and the disaster of winning versus losing changes. Does he play the 1 to the ace or do you keep going? These are almost a wash most of the time. I think it's a wash, but I could be wrong. See, he could play 2 to 1 so that aces get off. Now aces won't get off, but 4s and something gets off instead of 5s and something. So it's a trade-off, and I think it's about even in this situation, but I don't play games when I see this. I don't play games. I'm playing backgammon. I would count the number of rolls that win with one play and count the number of rolls that win with the other. So now if he rolls a 1, he's dead. And he has to roll a 4 or higher. And it didn't matter. Double 6. Didn't matter. But what was right? Obviously, Michi's play had to be right or it's a tie, and you can bet your house on that. He's just such a great, great player. He and Mochi both, and Kazuki now, and Hideaki. I don't know if Hideaki's here. I haven't seen him. Kenji. Akiko, of course. So many great, great Japanese players here. That's what I need to do. I can become a great player. All I got to do is change my name to a Japanese name, and I could be on that list. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Phil Simborai. I'm Phil Simborai from now on. I'm one of those top Japanese players. Well, that was a big save for Michi. Turned out to be a very good cube. I still want to see it, though. I didn't like the cube. Casper, who I really respect, said Michi's play was right. But I bet you the difference is 0.04 or something. But still, it's important to get it right. You feel sick if you make the wrong play there and you roll the 1, or you don't roll the 4. Do you blitz? Are you playing a blitzing game or a priming game? Well, I like the priming game, but where's the 4? That's the problem with it. I like this play. If you don't get hit with the 5 here, you got a very, very strong game. A 5 or a 1-6 is all that hits it. This is a very strong game. Now this, I can see a double. But he's winning and he's just rolling. Here I would have thought more about the double. What's going on here? It's backwards. He doubles when I'm not sure, and he doesn't double when I'm fairly sure. Boy, oh boy. It's like the same problem I have with my anatomy. My nose runs and my feet smell. It's all backwards. Okay. Here's a lesson. Do you come up with the 2 or not? I think you do. You either make the 11 or you come up. I think you come up because there's not a lot of ammunition. It looks like there's a lot of ammunition, but since the 7, 8, and 9 points are all stripped, and the 5 points stripped, I don't think there are that many pointing numbers that don't leave a lot of return shots. However, he minimizes the chances of getting a second checker back quite a bit by making the 11 point. Is there another play? Are we missing something here? All right, he doesn't come up, and I would have. Here again, I don't know why Michi doesn't make more of my plays. I just don't understand it. His PRs are nowhere near mine as a result. Now you make the bar point or the 4 point. It's a better priming game to make that bar point right now, and those 2 outside checkers can hardly get hit, only a 3-6. So this is prime versus prime. That's one of the best ways to beat a prime, is to prime it, is to counter prime. Make white run out of time first by making a better prime. And here you can make a 5 prime. There's a risk of getting hit, but it isn't as bad as the reward. Oh, there you go. But see, even though he got hit, it was worth the risk. I guess if he knew he was going to get hit, he wouldn't have done it, though. There's still no cube. Stick taught me a long time ago, all normal prime versus primes are takes. And how do you know when they're doubles? Oh, Hagen's Law. You're going to lose your market 25% of the time under normal scores. You have a double. But they're almost out takes. This might not be. He's not doubling. He's so sure he's got some bad rolls here, but not that many. And he's still got to get that back checker out. Is that a good roll or a bad roll? That's a good roll. I'll take that roll. I wouldn't throw that in. Throw that away. If Michi dances, he might be too good. If he comes in with 1, it's probably a double. I think it's too good. You take a shake and hope you get a 3. Oh, 3-6. Wow. Now, when I say too good, what I mean is that Yan is more likely to get gammons than he is to lose, especially on that next roll. There's not too many things that can go wrong. If he doesn't roll that 3 in the next roll, he could probably still double the next time. But you can see why going forward without the cube is a smart thing here. He's very likely to win 2 points. Now the odds just went way down, by the way, but he can still always double whenever he wants to and take and cash or take that point. So I like this play. I like this decision. I might be cashing very soon. When your opponent has 2 checkers back like this, in fact, you could put this in X3 right now, and black will get gammoned about 18-19% of the time. If all of his checkers were in, it would be 15%. So there's not that many gammons. Now, how often does he win? He wins about 18%. But that's not all you look at. You look at what can happen on the next roll. Is there a market gainer? I mean, only if you're going to roll a 6-5. That never happens. And he hits a 6. Now it's a market gainer. Okay. And you can still double them out right now if you want to. And I'd be very, very tempted. Especially winning 2-0. I'd be a little bit more conservative. I don't need the gammon as much. I would be doubling here. I guess you don't have too many rolls. What is there? 6, double 5? No. Double 6 and 6. Yeah, double 6. What else leaves a shot? So if almost nothing leaves a shot, you may as well take a shake. But I think you're likely to be doubling out next time anyway. I would just give the cube. I'm coming in with the 2. And taking it off. I don't like this. Now he's got a potential for a double shot with a 6-5. And now I double. You're going to be very sorry if you roll a 6-5 here. Very good. Double. You're just not winning enough gammons to be worth the risk. And since you're ahead in the match, you don't mind taking 1 point. The farther you are behind in the match, the more you really want to try for gammons. And when you're ahead, you're happy to take a point one at a time and just grind it out. I like the cube action there. I might have doubled the roll before, but I'm more of a chicken, I guess. Now, why did he bring 3-2 down instead of splitting? Because he's behind. He's playing gammon go already. He's thinking, I need to get more gammon, so it's right with 2-3 and 3-4 to bring him down. If he was ahead in the match, he would split. It's a very important lesson. And you think about these things before the first roll, because that first roll changes depending on the score. You don't wake up in the middle of the match and say, oh, yeah, that's the score. I've seen people do that all the time. Somebody asked what brand of board they're playing on. It's the brand is actually the Galaxy board. They're Galaxy boards. I forget which model this is called, but it all depends on which surface they put on it. They're made by FM Boards out of Turkey and licensed to Backgammon Galaxy. So go to their website, backgammongalaxy.com. You'll see a lot of boards. And if you bought this board, you can change the surface many times. It's a great board. Plays very well. I played on it many times. There are many, many great boards out there. It's a matter of what you like. Some people hate wooden boards. They don't like the clicking sound. Some people love the leather boards because they're softer. Just a matter of personal taste. I helped start the FM company. FM stands for Fouat and Mete. Mete was my very close friend, and I helped them. I made suggestions on how to design their first wooden board, and board number 2 they gave me as a gift. I'm very proud. It turned out to be a great company, and it's doing very well. They make beautiful boards for the money, too, for a very reasonable price. Okay, it's certainly more important to make that point than your 5 point, because his checkers have escaped. Boy, I hate to throw a checker away like that, but I might have been tempted to play 6-4. I don't know. I'm sure he's right. I mean, I don't bet against Michi. 2 up, 2 down. You're winning the race. Just race. And you're winning the match, so play conservatively. Don't fool around. That's it. This is your best chance of bringing your checkers home safely, and that's all you should be really caring about when you're winning the race. I don't like this because now his checkers on the 18 are going to be tough to dislodge and get home safely. I like this first play better. Somebody said, Tapio, so there are lots of world-class players, but the question is there enough fish in the tournament pond to make it big? You better believe it. We keep talking about all the great players here. What about the rest of us? And by the way, what's your definition of a fish? To Mochi and Michi, almost everybody's a fish. It's all relative. But it's not just about winning. It's not just about the money. It's not just about who you can beat and what your equity is in the tournament. This is the World Championships. We're here to crown a world champion, and it's a title that's never taken away from you. And everybody who's ever won one, you ask them what they're most proud of, and they're going to tell you it's this. Well, the hit's automatic. The 5 is problematic. I know what I do. My gosh, I don't do that. I would come into the 6 point because it's the fewest shots, gives me more covers, and I'm wrong, obviously. That's why I'm sitting here and Michi's playing. I would have gotten that wrong. This is a pretty big play. I guess when your opponent's on the bar, he might roll something like double 4, so you want to make a big play. Somebody mentioned Jake Jacobs' book, Can a Fish Taste Twice as Good? It's not just Jake Jacobs. That was written by Jake and Danny Kleinman. Jake told a lot of the great stories that are in that book, and Danny did all the work. Not that Jake couldn't have done the work, too. Jake, it's my dear friend and mentor and longtime super friend. And Danny, it's one of the people I respect most in this game too. His math skills were legendary way before there were computers to help us. Great book, by the way. It's still recommended, especially with the stories. And a hit. That's a very good come-in roll. This cube is not going to stay in the center too long. Oh, I was just thinking Yan will be able to cube very soon, but not when he's dancing like that. Michi, are you coming out? Yes, you are. And hitting. And a dance and it's double pass, is it? Might be. At this score, yeah. No, I think it's double pass at this score. Is he thinking he might be too good? Use Woolsey's law. You ask, is he taking? If the answer is no, you ask if it's too good. I agree with this cube, and I agree with the pass. You're winning 3-0. Why risk giving away 4 points? Just give him the point. Oh, he took it. Wow. At this score especially, I think that's a pass. And I've never been wrong on cubes like that, except the last match and the one before that. Wow. I want to see that one. It's just too gammonish, I think. I love the cube. Does he hit or does he cover? I think he covers. And where's the 2?
Possible. But not good.
Yep. Yep. That's pretty clear. It was a pass. Thank you, Reese. 0.057, which is not huge, but it's a clear pass. So that's actually 2 that I've nailed. Mark Olson took a cube earlier that I said was a pass also, but that was a 0.4 pass, so that wasn't too hard for me to be right about. And it's unbelievable that Mark would make a blunder like that. He was really mad at himself. Just a normal day for me. Wow, how do you play a 3-1 here? The dice gods are so nasty. Oh my God. 1s and 3s that don't duplicate his covers. He's 4s and 2s to cover, and he's not duplicating either one. And his 6s hit this 2. I can't believe this is the play. Put it back and let me look at the other options. There's no such thing as a good or bad play in backgammon. It's only better or worse than the alternatives. So what's the alternative here? Oh, I see the alternative. Just come into the 6 point. Give him 3s and indirects. How can anything be better than this? This has got to be the right play. So far, and every tough decision, Michi has not taken my play. That tells you something about his game, doesn't it? Wow. He's just looking at these options. This is a little better because 3s and 4s hit and at least 3s cover. You're always looking for duplications. That I thought this play was clear. Leaving 1 blot, fewest shots. I thought that was automatic, really. But a good player sees 1 play, a great player sees many plays, and a super great player only sees 1 play. The difference between the great player and the super great player is they're different. The 1 play they see is different. That's an easy point to make, but now, you ever heard the expression temps, T-E-M-P-S, too many points? Michi's got too many points. How's he going to play his next 6? Even 5s don't play too well, and 4s don't play too well. This is a really stiff position. It's too many points, but I don't think he did anything wrong to get there. I just recognize that it's just a bad setup. You almost don't get out of this unless you roll doubles or get lucky and not get hit, like he didn't get the play before. Okay, there we are. See what trouble he's in? Just like I said, he's in big trouble when he made that play. But he rolled the perfect roll. Okay, now you count pips. You're losing 0-3. The race isn't good enough to double, and you still also have action. When I mean action, I mean that there's a possibility of getting a shot and hitting it. Now, he's thinking about not making that point because, again, he would have a stiff position and hard to bring home without leaving more shots. He has one goal. How do I bring this home without leaving shots? Actually, 2 goals. How do I get to a good enough position where I can double and I don't even have to worry about leaving the shot because he might pass? But when I'm losing 3-0 in a match to 9, I don't care that much if he takes. I have no idea if this play was right. I see pluses and minuses like many plays, and I hope he's right. If it's Michi, it's probably right. When you have an average PR of under 3, you're not making too many errors.
Proved its value.
I think Michi's on the verge of, I was going to say he's on the verge of a double, but this hurt the race quite a bit here. That took away his cube. I think he might have had a double with a normal roll from Jan at that last roll. Just play quietly. That's it. Nice roll. Nice roll. He's preparing to hit. What other 3 could there be? Give me the logic here. I don't understand. He thinks there's no way his opponent's going to leave a shot next time, so let's preserve my 5s, I guess. He might tempt me to leave a shot on purpose. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Okay. Every intermediate player and beginner would immediately bring the checker in, and then the next time you roll a 6, you leave a shot. So he's saving the 6 so that he won't have to leave a shot if he rolls a 6. You bring the checker in, you got a problem with just about every 6 but double 6 and 2-6, because 2-6 doesn't play. I think he should preserve 6. I think his first thought was right. I like this better than bringing it in, because Michi doesn't necessarily have to leave the shot now. If he rolls anything under a 6, he can break his board also and play off of his 6 point with 5s and 4s. I like this play a lot. 4-2. See, as we said, I'm now a we, because I'm in France. Oui. Big roll right here. Small roll right here. I'm happier to leave the 6 point open because it's easier to clear. And if your opponent comes in behind you, and if there's a hitting exchange and he comes in behind your checkers, you can't get another shot. So I think you play 6-5 here. He did. Finally, Michi, we agreed on one play. Isn't that a record? Look how smart it was to save that 6, which I also agreed upon. That 6-1 would have been a killer. Would have been double take. Oh, there's a killer anyway. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Double 6 is blocked. Okay. He's got 17 numbers that hit, not quite half. If he doesn't hit, he's probably a loser, so you got to hit. I mean, you got to roll and hit. And it's double pass if he doesn't come in. Not enough gammons here. See? He double pass, just like I said. He's playing on just to make me look bad. You doing this on purpose, Michi? Can you hear the stream? Is he doing this stuff to make me look stupid? STOOPID? I would have cubed him out. Come on, leave a shot and get hit and prove me right. He wouldn't do it. I would have doubled him out. Just not enough gammons here. But the risk is small. The odds of leaving a shot and getting hit isn't that. Oh, he already cubed. What am I thinking of? I'm sorry. Thank you for that comment. No wonder he wasn't too good. You already gave the cube. That's because it's a brown cube that matches the wooden cube that matches the frame. I like those really bright, colorful cubes. I have a collection of weird cubes. So sorry I missed that cube. They're going to take a dinner break soon, and I have to go to this crappy restaurant called Nobu. Nobu. Have anybody ever heard of that? I think they have hamburgers there. I wanted to go to White Castle, but they don't have one in Monaco.
Single.
We have a decent choice of restaurants if you're willing to pay $300 or $200 for dinner. Okay. That evens up the score a little bit more. At 6 away, 7 away, it's pretty much like money now. And I bet you if Michi rolled a 3-2, he wouldn't do what he did last time and bring 2 down. I bet you he would split.
Yep.
Oh, we almost found out. When I say split, I mean move a checker off the back. Split it up. That's called splitting. Coming down would be moving from your corner, the 13 point, and the upper corner coming down into your boards. Coming up would be moving from the 24 up. Slotting a point means putting a single checker on a point in the hopes of making it later. Making a point is when you put 2 or more checkers on a point so that the point is now yours and you can't be hit. Fours, 1, 3, double 2, 5, 3. There's the 4. And he's going to anchor, I would think, and he does. Anchor means making a point in your opponent's board, usually a high point. It's an anchor. A low point is more like a canker sore instead of an anchor. Sorry, I love puns. If you don't like puns, turn the volume down. Somebody said, what's the best way to improve? I'll tell you what I did. I started practicing and just kept playing for 78 years, and it's helped pretty much. That's the best way to improve. But there's no question in my mind that the reason I became a teacher is I tried reading books. I got help from mentors. I played against the computer. I tried everything, but teaching and taking lessons from a really good teacher will get you there faster than anything else if you can afford it. It's not cheap to get a really good teacher. My first teacher was Oswald Jacoby. After that, it was Kit Woolsey, Paul McGrill. I got a lot of help from Jake Jacobs and friends in Chicago, Neil Kazaros, Howard Ring. Then Perry Gartner became my mentor and teacher. He took me from a 10 PR to a 12 PR in almost no time at all. But books are great. It depends on how you learn. Depends on what type of a student you are. Some people learn by reading. Some people learn by kinesthetic, by moving, and some people learn by auditory, by listening. The best way to learn is to combine all three. That's been proven many times. Yeah, they said I went from a 10 to a 12. I was kidding. I think I went to a 13.
3-all.
Okay, we have a tie match. 6 away, 6 away. I would play this just like money for the most part, but recubes get a little bit trickier, so you might be a little bit more careful on giving a cube that is likely to get recubed, or it's easier to get a recube in. Slotting with the 2-1. Amateurs would never make that play. It's clearly right, and we didn't know it was clearly right until the computers came along and proved it to us. With a 2-1, you have a lousy racing number, so you're trying to build a prime or get into a hitting game. With a 4-1 and a 5-1, it's not that bad a racing number. And there's other reasons, like you don't have good sixes to play if you get hit. With a 2-1, you got a great 6 to play if you get hit. That's one of the big reasons why you slot with a 2-1, not with a 4-1 or 5-1. Do you hit or make a point? The reason he's making the point is he's outboarded. His opponent has 300 board points. His opponent is saying, I want to play a hitting game. And he's falling right into his trap because he's going to get hit back with a lot of numbers here. Just about everything. 4s, 5s, 1s, 7 combinations from the bar. My dear departed friend Bob Urquhart and I came up with a formula on how to count how many shots there are from the bar that's very, very fast and accurate. But I forgot the formula. So start from scratch. No, I know the formula. It'd take me too long to explain it to you right now. But I can count shots from the bar probably as fast as anybody in the world because mostly Bob's ingenuity, and I helped perfect them with a couple of exceptions that we had that he couldn't figure out. Bob was from Austin, Texas. He's a student of mine. Just a great guy. We miss you, Bob. I could spend all night talking about the people that I miss. That's what happens when you get old like me. A lot of dear departed backgammon players that we miss. And you can't go to Monte Carlo without remembering Patti Rubin, who ran this tournament for many years and helped keep it alive, make it the great tournament that it is. A point's a point. Anchor's an anchor. And there's no really good alternative. And it's not so bad to get hit with a 5 here if he has to come up. Look, he can hit it with a 5. I think that's a 5-2. If he hits it with the 5, he's got a very brittle position because you come in and hit back, he's in big trouble. He's thinking about not even hitting. Unless it's a 4-2. I think it's a 5-2, though. There's a little glare on the dice for me. No, it's a 5-2. That's why it was so good to come down with that checker. You want to tease your opponent into coming off there and hit you. And, the tease might work. Michi fell for it. Come on. Well, now he only gets hit back with 2s. That's not so bad. You don't have that many. There aren't that many return shots, really. This worked out well. Look at this. Wow, I don't know about that play. That was very, very bold and quick. Wow, to volunteer that 4 instead of moving from the back, that was gutsy. I'm not sure. I might have made it, but it would have taken me a while. Holy cow. I want to look at that play. I really learned something from that. It's not like he's desperate. The score is 6 away, 6 away. He could have played up to the 20 point. That probably would have been my play.
Nice try.
For those of you who were listening earlier, Morton Holmes got a book where you can bet, not quite yet, on your favorite player or bet against your ones you don't like. And we'll post the website. But he did ask me to say, when you go to that website, it's going to say, warning, this is not an approved website. You sure you want to go there? Just keep saying yes. It's not going to hurt your computer. You're not going to crash. They're just not sure because they don't know who Morton Holm is, and it's a betting site. So, but Morton Holm's good for it. He's got the best reputation in backgammon for paying his debts. You bet with Morton, you'll get paid. Maybe if you bet more than 20, 30 million, you might have a problem collecting for a while, but you might take him a couple days. Is this a cube I see before me? Look how quickly he doubled. And I'm not sure whether it's a take or not. He's going to hit him with 1s and 5. 5s are duped. 5s are duped. This might be a take. It wouldn't shock me to see if this is a take. Now, the time to give a cube is if you're not sure. So I'm not sure it's a take, though I'm sure it's a double. He's put pressure on him, very definitely. It's a very, very good cube. Again, what's the perfect time to cube? When it hurts. When it feels hard to decide whether to take or pass. I think I would lean towards passing. But I wouldn't be shocked at all if it's a take. Wouldn't be shocked if it's a take.
Cannot win over the to start a fight under the table.
I think he's passing and explaining it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Clock has stopped. Yes, he passed.
Maybe
Okay.
this is the first time.
I think I would have passed it too, but I would not bet on it. Although if I was playing Michi, I'd take it because I have to gamble. That's a good gambling cue. Not a lot of skill involved in playing that for Jan. He's going to be forced to anchor or not anchor, and one or the other is going to determine whether he wins mostly. So I would have probably taken it against a Michi or Mochi or somebody like that. Somebody like that. How many people are like that? Slot the 5. You're not duping 4s, but at least you're putting a checker where it wants to be, and you're not creating a new blot. 6-1 bar point. There was a part of me that wanted to hit there, stop him from making his 5 point, but he doesn't always make the 5 point when you don't hit. I now say 4s and 8. I think it ahead of time. That way I won't miss it if I roll it. Well, there's the 4 you could hit. What else can you do? Make the prime, make a 4 prime? If the hit's clear, and I think you either come out or down or around or something. See, I was right about it. You came out around or down or something. Slotting your 5 point, or do you split the back checkers to have more flexibility? Those are tough. Part of the reason you slot, though, is you unstack your 6 point. One of our basic principles in the early game is get those checkers moving off of your 13 and 6 points. You got too many checkers there. You don't need them all. Okay, I know my play. That's the 1 and 4 down. Let's give him a 4. I know there's 8s also. There's a 5-3 and 6-2. So there's 11 4s plus 5-3 and 6-2. That's 15 numbers. If you don't get hit, you're in very nice shape. What a horrible play he made. You never should have done that. Got hit and covered. That was my play, by the way. I'm being facetious. This is not pretty. This is not pretty, but I think you have to come out. You don't want him pointing on you inside. And you want to hit and slow him down. Come in with the 1, hit with the 4. The hitting battle until you can't anymore. Here we go. Keep hitting, baby. I love these games. Somebody ends up in a back game. And I love back games. That's why I invented. And by the way, I saw some posts lately about Pasco Gammon and how Jim Pasco invented that. The hell he did. I invented Pasco Gammon, and I named it after Jim Pasco in his honor. And I also invented O'Hagan's Law, Woolsey's Law. I'm just a nice guy about those things. No, but Pasco Gammon is my invention. It's a big back game, and it's a lot of fun, and it will help you really play back games and understand the game. And it's just darn fun to play these variations. Helps your game. Phil, do you like the no dice on the checker rule? I am against dice on the checker rules for one reason and one reason only, because the United States was the only place doing it. So I would rather keep it simple and have everybody do the same. I don't think it's that big a deal. So why have different rules? Why get confused? Let's just all play dice on the checkers, no good. The other thing I don't like is when the dice are on the checkers, then you get into arguments of whether it's being supported by a rail and whether it's cocked or not. I think if you were going to play dice on the checkers, you should play the rules properly. You should do it like Vegas. Doesn't matter if it's a little crooked. As long as you can clearly see what the dice are, even if it's a little cocked, play it. Go all the way or not at all, but not halfway. You never hear them call cocked dice at the crap table. As long as they know which dice is up. Sometimes I've seen them make calls about which dice is up that I didn't like. But usually it's pretty clear. Come in and hit. You got to like Jan's position here. He's going to come in and hit again. Michi's going to anchor now, and then Jan's going to be glad he didn't double. Because an anchor is just a big thing here. Oops. Now. Oh, he's not even thinking. He's not even thinking about the cube. Oh, no. Maybe, does he think he's too good? Well, I would certainly have given a lot of thought to that cube. Wow, I think he missed a cube. Hossein likes dice on the checkers. I agree. If everybody was doing it, I'd like it too. My brother and I we used to go look at the dice when it's on the floor to see what it was, and then we'd play it. Why should we waste time rolling over? Time is money. All right, it's clearly way too good to double. Oh, what?
Okay.
Huh? What? What am I missing here? How can this not be too good to double? How can this be? And Michi's looking at it?
Yes, it is.
I think Michi was looking at it to tease him. I think that's why Michi was looking at it. He's playing games with him. How could that not be too good to double? You got 3 checkers back on the ace. Maybe that's the reason. Could it be the score? I do not like that cube. At least I would have thought about it longer. I'm never wrong when I say I would have thought about it longer. That's always a good thing to think about. 3 on the 24 versus 3 on the bar. Who is that? Itzcock? Thank you for the comment. So dice on the checkers when you're bearing off and you have to roll on the side where the bear off is. You solve that with a baffle box and put the baffle box on the other side. Every game should be played with a Phil Simborg baffle box. Or one for Backgammon Galaxy. Wow, this is very aggressive. Wait a minute. Is this the same guy that doubled last time because he didn't think he was too good? Obviously a very good cube. Got a very quick pass by Michi. There's some inconsistencies in what I'm seeing here. Or there's some major gaps in my mind. But that's the beauty of having XG feed. You can know right away what the answer is, and we're going to have that on this stream going forward in the actual World Championships. What you're watching right now is the preliminary Open tournament. It's not the World Championships. And you also are looking at a consolation match right now. This is, and they're still playing their hearts out because they have pride, and there's still money involved. Well, that's a great roll. Again, at this score, if I'm Michi, I'm playing Gammon Go. If I'm Jan, I'm playing Gammon Save, and he's already got a great Gammon Save position. When you make your opponent's 5-point, when you make the 20-point, it's the golden point. You don't get Gammon very much from there. And you can still win a bunch. And that's exactly the position you want to be in when you're ahead in the match. I like this play. I think the 3-point is kind of weak and lame at this point. Plus you're cleaning up a blot in the outfield. If that's the 5, where else can the 3 be? You know, he answered it. But why wouldn't you rather make the point? I see. Again, you're tempting him off the 20-point. If he hits you, he has to probably give up the 20-point. And I guess that was a big enough factor to make Michi want to make that play. I would have missed that. I would have made the blocking point because now it's easier to bring him home. But Michi found a way to make use of that checker. So in the chat, I see somebody owns 2 Backgammon Studio baffle boxes. What do you need 2 for? My good friend Malcolm Davis always had 2. When he had a Chouette, he had each side have their own baffle box, and they rolled on the opposite sides. And I loved it because I sold twice as many baffle boxes. At this score, this could be a double. Even though the anchor's there, there's not going to be that many gammons, but you're losing. And if you just lose 1 point, you're not very happy anyway, but you're really unhappy if you win 1 point instead of 2. Because at this score, it's big to win 2 points. To be an even number away means that on your next game, you can double and win the match with the cube and a gammon. So I think this could easily be a double. I think it's an easy take. But I'll tell you one thing that amateurs do wrong a lot. They're winning and they drop too many cubes. And when they're losing, they give too many cubes too fast. But I would have given that cube. So out there, who do you want to bet on? Me or Michi? I'd have to get about 10 to 1 odds, and I'm not sure I'd get any takers. I think Scholastic Backgammon is Mr. Slotsky, our Israeli-Belgium friend, who's a professional musician. Musician, not magician. Well, he is a magician with the dice, though. Okay. Market loser. Goodbye. It's all over. Just play safe. Just bring 2 down, go to the ace, and double pass. I think the race would be out of reach. If it is, that's your play. Otherwise, you might hit and make the ace point, or hit and make the 3 and 4 point, but then, yeah, he's got 2 blots in his board. What am I thinking? You get more gammons this way. If he dances, maybe you're too good now. Those 2 blots in his board mean it's that too risky. If Yan comes in with a 1-6 or 5-6, that's all that hits. That's not very many rolls. That's 4 rolls. Now are you too good? Yeah, probably. That's not a very good roll. No, I might have duplicated ones there and made. I guess you don't want to make that a 0.6 away. Too hard to clear. I might have duplicated ones. How smart was that? Is he still too good? It certainly would be a pass at this score. That's what I do at first. I ask myself, would my opponent take? I think he's passing. Then am I too good? Because I've already lost my market. I don't have to worry about market losers if he's passing. What's a market loser? That means that he would pass on the next roll. I'd lose my opportunity to get him to take my product or the cube and win 2 points instead of 1, or maybe more. I think this is a pass and a double. I could see maybe a Uching out a take here. I think it could be a take, but all right, he doubled. I would pass it, but I wouldn't say it's a horrible take. It's not too gammonish. No, he's going to hit loose on the ace. It could be gammonish real quick. With those 2 blots on, he's certainly going to hit with a 5 or a 7. I would lean towards the pass here. And he did. Okay.
4-6. Correct.
It is 3 away, 5 away. This is something that's kind of goofy. Given no gammons, your take points are on the assumption of no gammons. Your live and dead cube take points. Then you adjust for gammons. With no gammons, it turns out the leader's take point is actually higher than the trailer's take point. The player who is behind actually has to drop a little bit faster. It's all about recube big. It's all about getting to Crawford. It's all about match equities. Now, Crawford is when one player gets 1 away from winning, and they're playing a match to 9. When one player gets to 8, nobody doubles or is allowed to double for 1 game. And then the next game, if the person who is behind wins, there'll be another game. And of course, you double of the first roll if you're behind. and you certainly can take or pass if you're the leader. And here's where it gets tricky. And this is I'm not going to give a whole lesson on this, but you could have a free drop. After Crawford, if your opponent needs an even number of points, or he has an odd number of points, you can drop the cube without any real pain or any penalty. So you would drop immediately, even if you only had 49% and he had 51%. Okay, Morton Howe says it was too good by .074. That's almost a blunder. It was too good at 3-6, and I really suspected it was, and he doubled quickly, and I was really in shock about that. I was in shock that he doubled at all, but I was in shock that he did it that quickly. It looked pretty much like it was too good to me. Now, how is a situation too good? It's too good if you're going to win too many gammons compared to the number of games you might lose, but that's not the only criteria. It's mostly about what happens on the next roll. How often on the next roll does he have a market gainer where he has a possibility to take compared to your chances of winning gammons or improving to where you're in a safe position. So it was a pretty safe position to play on. And a lot of gammons possibilities. So I think that was a very bad cube by Yan. Gambling doesn't always mean giving the cube. Sometimes you're gambling by not giving the cube. We saw Michi do that earlier when he was too good and it got turned around. Cost him. But that's just bad luck. That happens. And it's going to happen sometimes. That's the fun thing about the game. All right, they're taking a break. So will I for just a minute or two and rest my voice. After this match, we will take a break until 10 p.m. Monte Carlo time, which I understand would be 4 p.m. Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time, 6-hour difference. And I have to go have a crappy meal at Nobu, and NOBU. They've got this dish there that I do happen to like. They bring you hot rocks and raw meat. You throw the meat over the heated rocks, and it cooks in front of you. And what I like about it is I like my meat really, really rare. So I just sort of wave it over the rocks and then eat it. It's almost like carpaccio for me. And you want to know where I learned such a big word? Because one of the beauties of being in Monte Carlo is you're very close to Italy. And several times that I've come to Monte Carlo, I've taken off and gone to Italy. My good friend, Jason Briggs, and some of his friends are going right from here to Portofino afterwards for a little vacation. Jason and his son Charlie, some of their friends are going to Portofino. I am forced to go back to the States, however, because my son's getting married. So I'm pretty happy about that. Oops. I'm supposed to mention this book that you're seeing right now, Backgammon Masterclass, and the Backgammon boards. Wilson is having some fun with me here. Let's do a little advertising. Let me tell you something. I have no financial interest in the boards, books, or anything that Backgammon Galaxy sells, and I will tell you firsthand, with unequivocally, they're all very quality products. Their customer service is amazing. I just bought the day that Mochi and Mark's book came out. I bought the book, and it came beautifully packaged, very quick. I got a follow-up email making sure I got it. I got another follow-up email asking me how much I liked the product. So it was really a blessing. It really very nice to work with those people. They're very, and then every now and then I get a follow-up email. Am I interested in this board? They got this, the new board, the Neptune board just came out. Would I be interested in that? So they do a really good job of marketing. That's why I block them. I'm sorry, I never block my friend Mark Olson and his group. The app, by far the best backgammon app ever made. Yes, it's the best backgammon app if you want to play other people and play other players. There's nothing that comes close to that app. To play on an iPhone or a smartphone, that it really is. I'll say, and I have no financial interest there either. Now there are other apps like Backgammon NJ and BG. I'm sorry, BG. Extreme Gammon, the apps that are really good for learning tools as well. It's called XG Mobile, by the way, not not Extreme Gammon. It's called XG Mobile, and it isn't your complete program at all. And for those of you who are tired of hearing me, when we get into the main tournament, I'm going to have guest commentators with me. Maybe not the first round because everybody's going to be playing, but after the first couple of rounds, well, everybody's going to be playing first, second, third rounds. But after we get into it, when we get to the really important matches, you betcha I'm going to have people who know what they're talking about sitting next to me and the XG feed, and I'll just add a little color here and there and let them take it. So you'll have much better quality commentary later on. So keep watching. Don't get bored with my voice and my commentary. And I know some of you like my commentary. That's why I'm here. And for those of you who like it, that's why I'm here. Everybody, you can't please everybody. But I agree that my commentary, by the kind of commentary I'm giving you now, would not be appropriate or good when we get down to the World Championship finals and semifinals. I'll be there, but I'll be talking a little bit differently, and I'll have some real quality analysts with me, and we'll have XG. Even I can look good when I can see XG's answer and tell you what right and why. I can usually come up with the right why if I see the answer. Somebody said, have I heard of gammon snap? The answer is no. I never heard of it. Somebody said, can we have Victor from the back? Let's see where Victor is. Victor, they're crying for you. Come on. You're tired? Okay. All right. It's nice to see you anyway. Okay, at 10 p.m. we'll see Victor actually playing, and I'll be doing the commentary. I can't wait. And what makes me really happy is last time I saw Victor, he said he wasn't sure he was coming to Monte Carlo, and here you are. It's a place you can't win? Yeah, if they were playing strictly for PR, you could win. Chris Stretcher, I could use a little. Hey, Chris, don't waste your voice talking to him. Come help me. Yeah, I'm always looking for second best. If I can't get Victor, I'll take Chris. Right, best is busy. Talking to an attractive lady. I know your priorities. All right, I'm going to be joined by my really good friend and also an incredible teacher, Chris Trencher from New York City, who is a great backgammon teacher as well as player and analyst. Let's make sure your mic is on. There we go.
I'm
and
half of the
save my
picture
voice and take it away. You've been watching? Okay, we're all set.
We need to adjust the camera a tiny bit. So you want to move right?
Do we need to? No, I want you just out of the picture. This is perfect.
Oh, you want me just out?
This is, oh, come on. So she'll adjust the camera.
Oh.
Anytime you have a problem.
If you have a problem, you just yell Tara. You push the Tara button.
That's right. You push the Tara button? Right, that's great. All right, I'll watch the comment. Is MCG in the house? I don't think he's here.
I've not seen him yet.
He hasn't been here yet.
We got Michi off to a nice start from 5 away, 3 away. Okay, and that was a nice return by Jan. So Michi now is just going to try to inch his way to a double, work this racing lead home. Obviously, this not what he was looking for.
And being down by 2 points at 5 away, 3 away, aren't you? You're going to have a little bit more itchy finger on the cue, if there's, especially if there's gammons.
A little bit. It's similar to 4 away, 2 away, but obviously not quite as extreme in terms of the gammon go characteristics. But clearly Jan can't take anything gammonish here. But that's how. But with him having made the 20-point,
Mark Olson came up with a term for that. He called it gammon go light.
Gammon go light.
I like that. I really like that. It puts you in the right mindset for the score. Hitting off the ace point is often a bad play.
Yeah,
but sometimes
I don't like this because Michi is not threatening anything in particular. You normally do this when you are desperate to prevent your opponent from doing something. But Michi's not threatening anything other than to escape that blot on the 14 points.
Or if your opponent has a bunch of blots around the board.
Yeah. Or
And he's justly punished.
this was not a tempo situation. So if he wanted to make a big play, I would have done what he was looking at, which is 13-9, and then either the 5 or the 7 slot. Now he bans, and I have to think Michi's going to double this because there are some gammon threats now. He can attack on the 3-point, and he will win a few running gammons here if the attack goes well, and he does double.
Great analysis. I'm really glad you sat down. You said it so well. Chris is one of our Backgammon Learning Center teachers. He's available for live and online lessons, mostly live though.
Prefer live, yeah.
Prefer live in New York mostly, but he'll travel to Africa for the right
price if it comes with a nice safari trip too. and this is
great roll.
This is exactly what Michi wanted for him to take the cube, and now Michi's gonna he'll want to bring that back checker out, but he'll also want to reposition the spare on the midpoint to the firing range of the deuce, the 6 or the 4, because if Jan comes in on the deuce, Michi needs to hit him quickly to max his gammon vig, max his gammons. 3-1, so he'll swing the blot around presumably, and then definitely want to put a checker on the 6-point next roll. All right.
Oops.
So Jan does come in, but he rolls a 6, so that's obviously very good for him.
Yes. Great roll.
Now, if Michi comes in with a 6 here, I think he's going to hit loose, but he didn't.
This is not a great roll for Michi. It doesn't do anything.
Now, Jan will definitely want to move up with the 3 if he can.
No, he won't.
Not this 3. Not this 3.
Open mouth, insert foot.
Open mouth. Okay, now Jan has a game.
Yep.
And Michi's back into just win the game mode.
Are you sure he had a take or not?
No, I would have looked at that longer.
Yeah, I would have too. I wasn't sure of the take.
He took it quicker than I would have.
Yep. Well, maybe he's hungry. It's it's a dinner break. Ooh. 6-1, you almost always make the bar point, but there's a good hit here.
You're hitting for sure. The question is, what are you doing with the ace? The really big play is to play 8 to 7 because then in Michi fans you're going to cover next roll. This I don't like as much, but
you don't like it. I don't like it. It must be right. Michi made it. Say no more.
Well, I guess he figured if he gets a second checker back, he's in big trouble for winning the game. So I certainly understand.
What's his game plan now? He's racing, and you don't want to get hit when you're racing.
He's just trying to get home.
Yeah, just try to get home. That's what a racing game is. Leaving that blot there would be counter productive is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I think Jan has a nice game though.
Hey, we got Matt Congar making comments. They just asked, is Matt around? Obviously he's not. He's making comments. Matt, are you coming to Monte Carlo? We miss you the hell out of you. One of the first times I did commentary in Monte Carlo was with you, me, and Falafel. And Matt liked the hit and lift also.
Oh, he did like that. Okay.
Well, good. We got a third hidden commentator with Matt.
I think you're playing 3-2 here just to save an emergency 3. It's the ship has sailed on the aesthetics.
Wow, nice play, Chris. I'm not sure I would have made that play, leaving the 3 blots, but who cares? He's not going to.
Well, Michi's not going to win any neatness awards this
year.
Nice
now you come down. You want to clear. You want to just race. Come from the back and bring them in. When you're up in the race, just race.
Joe Russell's here. Make sure that we don't make any mistakes in the commentary.
Joe, we invited you to dinner at Nobu tonight at 7 if you want to join us.
I've got
You got another appointment? Okay. We were hoping you'd come and pay. The other day, 4 of us went out to lunch and we played a game called Schwazi, and Chris got hit with the bill.
Chris and Joe.
Oh, Chris split it with Joe. That's right. Blake and I walked away with a free lunch, and it was no cheap lunch either.
I much prefer the 1-point matches.
I do too. I like the 1-point match. It just takes longer. But that's
I like the old rule of thumb that we would, with 6 or 7 person meals, we would draw straws, and then the loser would play a 1-point match with Phil for the bill. That seemed like the most sense.
it's fun, but that's part of the fun of going out to dinner with everybody. Even there, we're gambling for the check. One day in Las Vegas, my son got hit with. There were 11 of us to dinner. And he got hit with a $2,200 bill, and my son was the only loser. Welcome to the world of backgammon. Here's another way to say welcome.
All right, so let's see.
What are the gammon chances here?
Michi has 12 crossovers, including taking a guy off.
I think it's close.
But he could roll small, and obviously,
I think
or rather,
Michi's
Jan
favored.
has 12 crossovers.
I think he's favored to get a gammon.
I think it's very close. My guess it's about 60% right now.
David Rockwell came up with a really good formula for this, and I forgot what it is. So, how helpful was that?
1, 2, 9
I don't
crosses.
think he is favored yet. Man.
Not now, not after double threes.
Even before, but the thing is, small doubles work for him. It don't work for others.
That's yeah. I mean, Jan doesn't always get 4 rolls here.
Talk so they can hear you too. One, two, three, 4 rolls.
Has to be right to place 8-7 here.
Yeah, you want to be sure you come in with an ace.
Yeah, exactly.
Crossovers are critical when you're getting off gammons.
All right, so
Crossing over from one quadrant to the next.
Jan needs only 4 crossovers now. So Michi's gonna Michi has to have a double.
Michi's needs a double.
Yeah.
A double here gets off the gammon, or Michi's double gets the gammon. Now, every roll gets you off unless Michi rolls doubles. Never happens. Practice roll.
We had this pegged right that he was a slight favorite way back because he did roll double threes and Michi never rolled a double.
Oh, there it is. That was big. Wow. That's why Michi's one of the best in the world. He knows when to roll doubles. Wow, that was big. Very, very big.
All right.
Now, it's what away, 3 away. Well, here's what the one thing you got to think about before this game starts. Do gammons matter? The answer is almost not at all. All it would do if he wins a gammon is take away his opponent's free drop, which is worth about 2.5%. So you play this game at what we call DMP. You don't care about gammons. You just try to win the game. Yep. And I can't tell you how many people I see who are losing here that are gambling for a gammon, and how many people who are winning are playing safe because they don't want to get gammon, and it doesn't matter. It's just nuts. So never start a game without figuring that stuff out. And if you get it wrong a couple times, you're playing with XG, you'll see why it's wrong and you'll learn. All you have to do is make the mistake 16 times like I do and you'll learn. Remind me to ask you my burning question, Mr. Trencher, after we have some time that doesn't interrupt the game. Because I've got a burning question from you that I want to ask in front of everybody. And it's not about your sex life or anything like that.
That won't take long to discuss.
Okay. Oh, wow. Hit and make a point? You hit and make the bar? I think you make the inside point because you're putting a checker up. And he agrees. Wow, Michi, you agreed with me?
I would have done that, though. I think it's I think the advantage of that play over the bar is much less at DMP.
I agree.
But you can't.
I agree.
But you want to put those guys on the 6 point.
There's no gammon value, but you still win the game more with that play. That's the point, because you're going to get more dances and less flexibility coming in with inside points. And by the way, if you're trying to win a race, which is all you're trying to do when you don't care about gammons, inside points are much more valuable than outside points, because then you eventually have to get those inside points or leave lots. The outside points, if you make them, you just have to break them. So I love making the 3 point instead of the bar.
So what does he do here? We're not considering 10-3, which would be the only quote unquote safe play.
I slot a second point. I bring 5 down and I slot the 4. It's me.
I think I would do this 2 down. The only other play to consider is to break the bar point, but then that leaves 2 direct shots.
I had the wrong player on roll. I'm sorry. I was totally in space.
This is my play.
Okay.
Now
appropriately punished.
No, I think this was the correct play.
Uh-huh. Fives and ones. I'm thinking fives and ones. If I'm Michi, because you know fives and ones hit. That looks like a 5-2. It might be a 4-2, but no, it is a
Now
5-2.
I bring the 2 in 8-6. Get that guy more efficiently placed to work on the 4-point.
He's not trying to blitz him. He's just trying to come home.
Still don't love that play. That spare on the 8 is better placed on the 6. And I mean, yeah, you get off double ones, but
Look how fast he did it. He must have been very confident. Nothing personal, Chris, but I think I would bet on the other play. Mainly because I saw Michi do it. I just play quietly. Bring it in. Yeah, that's me. I'm tempted to come out and give him a direct shot. Go to the 8 or, I'm sorry, go to the 9 or 10 point. I don't like leaving the checker inside. It's too vulnerable.
I would play 6 out and 4 to the 10 point.
Yeah, you and I agree. I think that 6 has to come out. It's just too delicious.
You also want to not give him 4-3 and 4-2 to make the point on your head.
Yeah.
So
Looks like he's about to do it. No. It's just waiting. It's even more delicious to attack that checker now with the blot.
well, there's no
that he
point in that
created.
checker being there. You're not looking to make this one.
Yeah. And now it's not going to get hit because he had a 6 that he had to play. But if it was a 3 something else, he certainly would have been hit. Do you lift or continue? You don't lift?
I mean, you're not going to.
Again, gammons don't matter. You got to try and win the game.
You have to generate some sort of counterplay here. You need your 4 and 5 points, and with gammons not counting, I just play big and just play 16-15.
Playing big would be 13-12, but that's a little too big.
Yeah,
I like this play also. Hit and continue. Are you thinking about slotting? Oh my God. The problem with this play is I think it's unnecessary roughness.
well, that's totally inconsistent with the 5-2.
Yeah.
If playing that 3 is right there, then it had to be correct to play 8-6 with
Yeah.
the 2 before.
I make plays like that. I make moves like that just to have some fun with my opponent, to tease him a little bit. You could hit off the ace here, but if gammons mattered again, you might do it. In fact, if gammons mattered, I would hit off the ace, but
There's no
not.
reason to. You just you're if you hit off the ace.
Well, I wouldn't at
you're-
this score.
If you hit off, but I'm not sure it'd be right anyway. If you hit off the ace, you're putting that checker on the ace is not poorly placed from Michi's perspective. I mean, obviously, if in a situation where gammons count, maybe you would do
Yeah.
that. But I think you just don't want to bury a checker that can be used to work on the 4 point.
Well, you agree with Matt Congeyer. He says hitting off the ace doesn't look good at any score except maybe gammon go, which is, I think, what I said.
Certainly not even considering it a DNP.
Well,
Now maybe you have to hit off the ace.
I think you have to.
Play
I
18-13.
think you have to.
We have to get off the bar.
Where else can you go? That's your only 5, and hitting off the ace is your only 6.
This is the only viable play.
Yeah. It's forced by logic. I wouldn't waste my time on the clock on this one.
Well, the only other play is hitting 6 and then 5 down, but which prevents any counter attacks. But you do need to get off the bar at some point.
I didn't even consider this play, and you and Michi both did.
I think he's ultimately going to play 18-13 with the 5. All right, that might be the break that Jan needed. Still got a long way to go, but
Ooh, I hit.
we're playing big here. Come up with the 3 and hit with the ace.
That's right. I hit. Making that point, there's just 75% of the time your opponent comes in and cleans up and does something. So yeah, I think you got to put that second checker up and gamble. He doesn't roll a 2.
That's more than 2. It's double 1, double
Yeah.
5. But Michi's
A joker.
Michi's going to need to roll poorly, 3, 4, 5 rolls in a row here.
Yeah.
But he might as well go for it. And if Michi does hit that 2, there's variations.
Ooh,
there's
ooh,
variations
big damn.
where there's variations where he backs into a 2-4 game. Now if he hits the 2, there's variations where Jan can establish a 2-4 game. But mostly he just wants Michi.
And by the way, the 2-4 game is Kit Woolsey's favorite back game, he told me, as long as there's checkers in the outfield.
Yeah, all right.
Here it is. You called it. 2-4 back game.
Yeah, I mean he's still mostly going forward.
Yeah.
But he has more different game plans now, depending on what the dice bring.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
This is going to be a very tricky play. I don't care what the roll is. This is going to be tricky. Hit.
I hit him.
Hit.
Let's see what happens.
Hit. I knew it was going to be a tricky. There's hardly any roll you could think of that isn't tough to play here. This is why backgammon has not been. People say, "Oh, we got the computer now; it's been mastered." You're looking at 2 great players who often aren't sure which play is right. And I'm not talking about me and Chris, although Chris is a great player. Chris, I voted for Chris on my Giants list this year, and I put him up pretty high. You made the list, didn't you?
I did make it this year.
Atta boy, you deserve it.
Thank you.
It's part of my burning question for you later. I'm going to ask you. I made the Giants list in the 64. Second time I've done that in my career. But I don't think I made it on skill. I think people just, because of my commentary and other reasons, they wanted to honor
you've been
me.
part of the community for a long, long time. The BLC is the biggest and best, organized teaching program with the deepest set of resources.
Yeah, but usually people...
you play quite well, and your sense of humor is on sometimes. Yeah, so,
Sometimes.
so we you've got a
Thank you.
got a portfolio.
I wasn't fishing for
portfolio of things going for you.
It sounds like I fished for that. I wasn't fishing for
No,
compliments. But thank you.
I'll give credit where it's due. And your sense of humor is off sometimes, so
Yeah.
we had to weigh that too. But
But
on balance,
and I need to say something kind to you in return. I don't think you're an idiot at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was big. Might be right because you didn't have too much else you could do.
Well, he could have come in on the ace and up on the 2.
Yeah.
And just not exposed 2 more blots.
And it could bite him right now if he keeps dancing.
I don't know about that play.
Yeah.
I think I might have come in on the ace and played 23-21 before I exposed 2 more blots because now Jan's going to have a lot of meat on the bone.
Yeah, but he's got those 2 checkers on the 23 point. That
All right.
And
All right, yeah, but now
he rolled a 2.
Now he just plays 9-6 with the 3, and
Yep.
now it's not clear who's going forward and who's going backwards.
That's
but,
right.
But Jan has the better anchor now.
I don't see. There's no options. You had no other play. I wouldn't go to the ace. And this is the same. You just come down. Oh.
I like this play.
Oh.
When
I didn't.
I like this play.
Consider that
Michi
play.
in a lot of variations going to attack that checker on the deuce point. There's going to be some hitting back and forth
Wow.
here, and the 4 point's going to be a lot more valuable than the 8 point when the hitting starts going in both directions.
Oh, look at this. He didn't hit twice. He only hit. Like, if Gammon's Meadow, you hit twice, but he didn't hit twice here. Wow. There's 2 plays in a row that were off of my radar.
The 6 is really bad for Jan. Obviously,
Wow. I would have blown both those plays. Both of them.
Well, now you can hit twice if you want.
If I was in a chouette right now, I'd be saying, hit two.
Let's raise this an interesting question. What is Michi going to do here? He can't play. He's got to hit one of those guys.
The main reason you
Wow.
do it, it's
Look at-
fun. It's fun. It's a fun play.
I don't know, but hitting once was forced. I don't know about hitting twice.
I would have hit twice at a flash.
but
But I'm a gambler.
could very well be
I'm
right.
a gambler.
I mean, Michi's exposed and needs to not be counterattacked.
This is a beautiful game we're seeing here. This is really intricate. And they're playing
shot.
they're both playing very fast. There's some really tough decisions
Well,
there.
now there's a risk for Michi that his position could fall apart because if he comes in deep like this, and Jan can roll a 5 or a 6 next roll with a number that picks up that blot, Michi's going to wind up with
I put them all on the 23.
totally disconnected position where Jan has control of the outfield.
I put them all on the 23.
Yeah.
Even though gammons don't matter, I just need the flexibility to be able to get out of there. Not be stuck back on the 24 point.
All right, it's just plays for Jan.
Wow, you don't see this position every day.
No.
Yes.
Big shot for Michi. Michi
Yeah,
needs
he needed it.
Michi needed a good out and lift
Yeah.
shot, 5-2, 5-3, 6-2, 6-3, 5-4, 6-4 type numbers, and he got one. And now Jan didn't get out. So, particularly if Michi can get one more guy in the outfield, he's going to become a favorite in the game. But he didn't. So now he'll play
He has to play in.
17-14,
he
and
has
then
to
he's
play
got to
in.
play the 4 inside.
Yeah, throw away a checker. He didn't like it, but you have to. Couldn't leave a shot there. A direct, I mean.
All right.
Cover. Out and cover.
Yep. Oops, the 5s to get out
It
and
does.
hit.
In fact, you have to hit with the 5. You can't leave the shot. Uh-oh. Look at this. Wow. I guess you got to play something off the 3-point.
Yeah.
That's it.
Jan will be very happy just to roll another 5.
Ooh.
So the 6 has to come out
Why? Why can't he just play around?
because I don't want to play 16-6 because then if Jan rolls the number that comes out and lifts that blot, then or Michi rolls that, then Jan will be the
Look
chance
how
to break.
quick you called that.
The 6 out is forced, I think.
Wow.
The 4 I'd have to think about. I don't know that there's much difference. Maybe we could find a difference.
I might have missed that 6 out too. Well, I'm glad you're sitting here.
All right, so
It isn't that horrible to get hit too. Like you got the blot there. You
Yeah.
got outboarded.
oh yeah, Michi's hitting for sure here. You want to take that guy away. That guy was a source of timing. And even if you knew that the Jan was rolling a 2, it might be right for Michi
All right,
to
what do
hit.
you do now? You come out? I do.
What else can I do? I don't want to give the direct 5, and we need the timing.
I like this play. Looks very
I
big.
would do this.
Looks very big.
I would do this. XG keeps teaching us take chances to make sure you don't break in these types of positions. The worst thing you can do in a prime versus prime type structure, which is break.
And he did it. He didn't do it. He did not do it. Interesting. And Matt Congeyer agreed with you and me. He didn't like that 12-7 play.
All right, well, if I got MCG on my side,
Well, that's
that changes the odds a little bit.
that's a lot. He's not called genius for nothing.
I know.
He's called genius because he was smart enough to learn everything he knows from me. And if you believe that,
You're not a genius.
I like Joe Theismann's quote. He was doing a football game and he's talking about geniuses in football. He says, there's no geniuses in football. A genius is someone like Norman Einstein. That was Norman Einstein, not you got it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
So
I don't want to be condescending. Do you want me to explain what condescending means?
no, you told me once,
Okay.
and I, despite what you would have thought, I remembered when you explained it to me.
Big roll
Michi's
here.
very much in the game. If you
Yep.
could just.
Oh,
Oh
look
well,
at that.
not that's.
How about very much?
was saying-
Very, very, very much in the
I
game.
was saying if he could just get one in the outfield here, that'd be a fine shot.
How
but
big
this
a
is-
joker was that?
I'm going to say it was in the top few numbers. All right. Doesn't make the 23 here. It's got to play 6-3. He needs to maximize his 2s and 3s. That
Again,
exit.
if you were worried about getting gammon, you would make the point. That's why it's so important to know whether gammons matter or not.
Actually, I don't really agree with that. I don't think it's ever right to make the anchor there because you just kill your winning chances if you anchor up.
If you're on gammon save, you make that anchor.
Gammon save, yes. Middle
Okay.
score where gammon value
Right.
was pretty close to
Right.
money. I wouldn't.
I like this play, and I come up from the rear.
Yeah, I agree.
And you don't. Oh, that's
Michi,
not.
This is a bad number for Michi, but
Yeah. Oh, he's
I mean-
hitting anyway.
I mean he doesn't have any very bad numbers, but this is a number that gives
but
gives Jan a chance.
I'm not sure I would have hit there.
Well, you don't want that guy getting into the outfield.
Really? Oh, bad incoming number.
Yep.
That's terrible.
This
Hey,
should,
you're better off dancing sometimes instead of that.
Michi can just about lock it up here. And he rolls the 2. Assuming he can jump the 3 prime next
Yeah.
roll, he's just about got it. Which is now a 2 prime.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to score it. Then we're going to go to dinner. Oh, it's good. We have our reservations are in 6 minutes at Nobu, and you're coming with me. But I'm going to ask my burning question right now.
All right.
A few years ago, not too long ago, I've known Chris Trencher and played with you for years. We used to play at the Ace Point Club 40 years ago, was it? 30, 40 years ago? You're a good player, but you were never the kind of a scary, you weren't a giant. Yeah, I think your game dramatically improve in the last few years, or is it just that we're seeing you more?
No, I think starting in around 2013, after I wound down my fund, I started going on the ABT tour more, and that's when I started recording the matches, printing out all my errors, studying them, playing around with the sensitivities, and just basically studying the game to move from a 450 to 5 level player, which I probably would have been at the time, to where I am now, which is probably about 375 on average.
Okay, 375. That's
yeah,
you deserve
yeah.
to be on the Giants list.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
where you're right where you belong.
Too many passes of easy takes on cubes.
Okay,
It looks
so
ugly sometimes,
you
too.
answered part of my question. You did get much better
Yeah.
in recent years. What was your major strategy for getting better? How did you do that?
Just studying.
You study, deliberate practice. right?
Look out the.
Not
yeah, I
just
mean,
playing the game. You really
Well,
studied.
I study. I study the errors I make in tournaments in detail, including the less exciting positions, and then obviously I'm sometimes playing fun matches on Galaxy or some of the smaller WBIF tournaments on Heroes, and I'll study that stuff as well.
Okay, well, it's deliberate practice. You really studied the game.
Yeah.
I have a favorite saying.
I don't think any of the very top players would get there through any other route.
There's probably a couple of naturals out there. They used to say falafel was a natural. You and I remember walking into the East Point Club in the early morning. He was up all night looking at positions in snowy.
Well, that's a form of study.
Yeah, I'm saying he was studying.
Yeah.
People think who were wrong to say he was just a natural player. He studied like crazy all night long.
Yeah.
He had a burning passion to learn. And it paid off. He beat me a couple times.
Here's the question. I think Michi should pick and pass here just in case. It looks like
Because the race is not
like the-
gin. Right.
yeah. Well, it certainly looks like he's still far more likely to lose in the race than to get hit and
Yeah.
lose that way.
So if I had to characterize this match now, I would say that I disagree with a lot more of Michi's plays than Jan's plays. And if you put it next G, I'm sure you will find that Michi, I'm sure, almost certainly would have. You wouldn't bet that Jan would outplay Michi. You wouldn't bet it. Hardly anybody would outplay Michi.
There's one play that I disagreed with Michi earlier in this game, which got Jan into the game, where he had a 2-1 off the roof and he anchored on the 23 and split the 2 guys in the outfield.
Yep, yep, yep.
I think I would have been unwilling to split the guys in the outfield and played bar 24 23-21. It let him take my chances on Jan working over the 2 blots rather
Yeah.
than getting 2 more blots involved.
Yeah.
And again, it being DNP affects that calculation.
Right, because if Michi was at all afraid of getting gammon, I'm sure he wouldn't have made that play. And sometimes you go overboard when you say, "Oh, I can't get gammon," and you still play too loose, and you end up losing.
So that's the play that, since I've been here, that's actually the play that most interests me to have a look at.
Nice match, gentlemen. Shook hands. Very well done. Michi advances, and Jan played courageously, made some great plays. I'm sure that a couple of them I disagree with were probably wonderful plays.
It's been a nice run for Jan. I don't think
Yeah.
we know him that well.
Nope.
He gave Michi all he can handle. Of course, he beat Victor earlier today, which is just
Oh, he beat Victor.
Yeah.
That's how he's here, huh?
so. He doesn't play at quite at their level, but he's acquitted himself very well. Didn't get starstruck, and he's not going to cash in this. But
Okay, everybody.
nice showing.
We're going to be back in 3 hours at 10 o'clock Monte Carlo time. It's right now 7 o'clock, and we'll have a great match. I think Victor will be in. I think Victor said he's,
Victor and Wilcox is obviously going to be with somebody.
Oh
streams.
wow, Victor and Wilcox.
Yep.
That's. I'll bet the PRs are within 0.04 of each other. They're that good.
I thought I let you make the
Mark
decision.
Olson will be joining you to do commentary on the 10 o'clock match between Wilcox and
Okay, Mark Olson, Tara just informed me will be joining me on the commentary at 10 o'clock. So we'll have somebody who knows what he's talking about, and I'm very pleased that I had somebody who knows what he's talking about this time too. Chris, thank you for coming. It's a pleasure. Let's
for
go to.
having me.
We're going to dinner.
All right.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you in 3 hours.
Good match.
I want to have a look at your 2-1 at that last game. Or 23, and then 13-12. Yeah, I believe the 2 1.